The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a 0 becomes a 1, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD BLACK NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the WD BLACK Esports Club Pro League for Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft and in association with AFK Gaming. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Baba Gusta and Abin Eisen, as we are here for day 2 of the qualifiers for Season 3 of this beautiful Pro League. That is right, day 2 qualifiers are live right now, a little bit later than intended, but as you know, connection errors abound. It just has to happen. There just has to be that one day in the week. But enough about that. Right now, we're going to be going live with Throw Syndicate versus Exiled. Going live on your screens in just a second on the map of Villa, which should be a very interesting match indeed. As you can see, we are already in the ban phase, of course, and Thatcher, Montaigne, and Mira have already been taken care of. Standard bans from both sides, nothing too particularly interesting. However, the Melusi ban is going to be very interesting indeed, primarily down to the fact that there has been a big change between seasons of sorts. That is Operation Neon Dawn, currently live. I didn't get to talk about this yesterday because I wasn't here. It was Baba and Foxy who did a fantastic job, might I say, of explaining most of the changes that are going to be affecting competitive Rainbow Six Siege. We'll be going over them as we go along, of course, but before that, let's have a look at both of the rosters that are here in the lobby for us today from, excuse me, they're from the side of Throw Syndicate. We've got Cheesy, Chimkin, Hecko, Easy, Abid, and Killsteel. And from the side of Exiled, we've got Sajin, Noble, Toxic Seizure, interesting name, Loner, and Sabrosa. First floor dining and kitchen room will be the site of choice. And I've kept the man from the mic long enough. Baba, take it away.
Well, thank you so much for that, Jack. As we proceed to the first round map, Villa, Throw Syndicate will be the one on attack. Exile will be the one on defense. Interesting operator pick as well as an interesting site pick, as the first floor dining will be the site. A very interesting choice coming in which most of the time what Throw Syndicate might be thinking is that either the site would be on second floor aviator room or on second floor statuary room, in which they would bring their specific operators to bring in. Now, talking of seeing that the site would be on first floor dining, it won't be that much of a difference. The only thing is that they do need to be careful of the surprise elements in which Team Exile is going to be giving. If that action phase will proceed, so enough, we do see two players. I believe that was the Goyo as well as the Jaeger, who is going to hold towards the second floor astronomy room, making sure the push from the master bedroom as well as towards the bathroom would not happen. The attackers, on the other hand, will be spawned towards Fountain as they proceed, droning it out, making sure that they won't get those enough amount of kills as best as possible. And talking about another push right from the balcony of study room, quite interestingly enough, very interesting split push coming in from Throw Syndicate, as Easy will be the one who's going to making here. He'll be the one going to make his play, just waiting for a complete information on what kind of location is going to be in. But it's going to be Noble with the first frag on the Vector SMG, taking out Hecko, making it a 5v4 situation. One hard breacher down. They still have one more in which Killsteel eliminates Sabrosa, making the man count equalize 4-4.
A very, very quick retaliation there coming out from Throw Syndicate, taking down Sabrosa, the Jaeger, and a much-needed roam clear coming out from Throw Syndicate, but there's going to be the Goyo coming in closer for a gunfight in a quick second. And Astronomy a bit knows this, so does Cheesy Chinkin, but Noble has actually fallen back just in time, and he knew he had to, because there was no way he would have survived the way he was about to be pinched from all sides. Smart decisions all around with Goyo shields being popped, and we are quickly heading into what might just be the execution phase from the side of Throw Syndicate. Of course, Operation Neon Dawn's many changes have opened up more aggressive game plans for attacking teams across the board, with the nerfs to Jaeger, Wamai, and various others, might I add. The utility meta is going to see a massive reduction, and we might see a more timing-based meta, which will require slightly heavier teamwork, but it'll have to be timed to perfection. Of course, it's a little bit of an intermediary stage, and that has yet to be determined, but it leaves the future open and exciting. Explosions going off all over the place as the Execute's going to come in from ES in a second. Killsteal, he was spotted. He's got a Goo Mine in his shin, but he's still trying to push. The Thermite has got to get that Goo Mine out, and he will, but the C4 comes out. Will he secure himself in time? He does. Will not be killed, and Killsteal is going to be the one trying to get the heartbeat stun, but there's a new jammer stopping him. It goes down, and Noble makes sure Ubit goes down as well. That's verticality confirmed for the defenders, and that's going to be a huge, huge point for Exile to take advantage of. A couple of bodies dropping into 2v3, making that a 2v2. Killsteal gets a triple. Can he get a couple more? He's on for the ace, but no, that's Noble from above with his, and it's a 1v2 now. Two defenders remain. Diffuser's not even in his pocket, and Easy is gonna run out of time. Exile will take round one off of a beautiful play from Noble, going up to second floor at the perfect time, positioning himself to use the verticality of the attackers against their own. We saw that in the instant replay, of course, as round two will be underway.
Well, that was an interesting start coming in from Team Exiled. Even with the early kill, they did, however, get the refrag, in which Throw Syndicate did get one. But unfortunately, when it comes to that execution phase, if Killsteal did get that third kill, eliminating the Mute, was trying to hold in towards the dining room, that round would have been theirs. But for now, with Exile getting their first round of defense win, we'll be seeing them defending on second floor trophy room, with a 6 pick coming in from Noble as he switches from the Bandit to the Goyo. Goyo's, when it comes to the patch notes, I do kind of predict that we might be able to see a higher pick rate of Goyo's Vulcan shields, because having a deployable shield gives you much more protection, as well as a lot of game-changing mechanisms from those deployable shields. Actually, Vulcan shields and deployable shields, although it's quite interesting that I don't see a smoke being picked, but instead we do see a cap can being played instead, which would give EDDs a lot of problems for the attackers, knowing that there isn't an IQ. So they really have to rely upon the drones to make sure that they would have a good amount of information, make sure that they'll be able to check each and every utilities, and then go for the push. They don't have to worry about Vamais, although they do have to worry about the Aegis ADSs, which would at least deny one utility, but it won't be that much. I mean, safe to say that taking out deployable shield wouldn't be that much of problems for Throw Syndicate, but they do need to win on gunfights. But for now, action phase will proceed. Ruin spawn it is for the attackers, as they will start making, as they start droning it out, sees that deployable shield towards the 90s, and actually from the main stairs, which it is a Vulcan shield, and Saijin will be the one, interestingly enough, doing the roam game. Noble will be holding on towards the ABG room with the help of his Vulcan shield, although he do need to be careful of some explosive ordnance coming in from the attackers. They need to make sure that they have much information they need, so that they can hopefully don't get picked one by one.
Absolutely. Right now, it's going to be most important for Throw Syndicate to not lose bodies like they did towards the end right there, and make sure that all of their options are otherwise covered. For Saiyajin on the roam on first floor might be able to find somebody if he, of course, finds himself in the right position, as Loner, the Capcan, is currently got an idea that somebody's rappelling on the astronomy window. There is actually somebody there. That might just be Easy, the Ash. But that's down repel that Loner doesn't seem to be aware of. He just knows that there's somebody there, but Easy currently is winning the little bit of a hide-and-seek game that's going on between both. Meanwhile, nothing much going off. Looks like it's still going to be a slightly steadier and slightly longer push from the side of Throw Syndicate. Nothing too special per se. And most of that, oh, say it, Chin. He would have been taken out had Easy been paying a little bit more attention to the stairs end of astronomy, and the Legion somehow gets away scot-free by rotating back up to second floor. Easy's now been spotted, shots are fired in his direction, and he cannot find the Capcan because, of course, he has fallen back only into the waiting arms of one of the attackers, Killsteal, inside a bedroom.
Well, looks like Killsteal gets another one, eliminating Toxic Steeger and Cheesy Chimkins, adding the kill count. Killsteal is on fire, to be honest. Triple kill for him as he decides to go for the plant. He still has those 2 smoke grenades, decide to not use it, but Sajin knows that there is a plant going on. He needs to make a move. He'll be able to get one, but doesn't get the other, as Ash will be the one to finally get that refrag, eliminating Sajin, giving Throw Syndicate to win on their attack. Second floor trophy as we take a look at it in the instant replay. We're going to proceed to round 3 where the score has been equalized, and we will get to see which kind of side they'll be able to pick. Second floor AVG will be the side. Interesting pick, and also interesting operators pick coming in from Loner as he still picks the Capcan. Those EDDs did work out in the first round. Unfortunately, in round 2 and 3, actually in round 2, where the attackers did drone it out with the help of their Ping 2.0 systems, finding exactly where the EDD's locations are and eliminated. Noble with an interesting 6 pick as he shifts from the Mozzie to the Maestro, which means that Capcan and Legion might be the 2 operators who decides to do the roaming game, maybe hold on towards the first floor living room, maybe a highest possibility to go for a runner through that location, but we're about to find out when the prep phase is here. They just need to, finish their utility, actually placing their utilities first. Talking about utilities, I'm really excited. I'm actually happy about the huge buff that has been given to the defenders. Reinforcement takes at least 4 seconds rather than keeping it on 6 seconds, which would give higher reinforcements, especially on map Oregon, where if you need to make a quick getaway, I mean reinforcements, it's way much more faster that it doesn't require Vulcan shields or smoke gas canisters if you do it in the right way. But talking about patch notes, it's a very interesting. Talking about Neon Dawn as well, I actually had a lot of fun playing good amount of ranked matches, and talking about the servers, I do like a change of strategies, and talking about this season, it will be a lot in which we still need to learn about. Isn't that right, Jack?
Absolutely. There's many changes that we are yet to unpack, of course. And like I said in the previous round, it is a transitionary phase for Rainbow Six right now, because we're going from the old utility meta into whatever the new meta will be going forward from here. And I personally am very excited to not have to go through 50 deployable shields and otherwise bulletproof gadgets just to get into sight, ladies and gentlemen. I like attacking just as much as the next guy, but some things, it needed a change. So I'm happy with this patch, at least so far. And right now, I hope the Throw Syndicate will be happy with it as well. They have plenty of ways to work with, and no Goyo this time from the side of Exiled either, which is very, very interesting. You're holding AVG without a Goyo, and, that's a lot less cover in all for the side of the defense. Sure, second floor Aviator in games has plenty of nooks and crannies to hide behind, just as the mute will demonstrate to Easy. That's a big drop indeed. The Ash goes down early. SMG 11. Very well done from Talk right there. The man took one head, but can he find one more? Not quite. It's the Legion to fire off, and Cheesy Chimkin will fall. 2 bodies taken. Exile looking a little bit shaky this round as the horizontal push hasn't exactly gone their way so far.
Well, Sajin in the roaming duty, whereas the Ace will use his summer breach charges to open up the world. I believe it gets denied from the Maestro's impact nades, in which Ace is forced to use yet another summer breach charges. And talking about it, a bit will take one, a huge misplay coming in from the mute as he decides to push very aggressively towards the study room, whereas Hecko is already repelled in, making sure that there won't be any very aggressive flank opportunities coming in from the defenders. Loner needs to be careful around because there is the ace still holding towards the 90 angle. He did, however, open up a single slit, actually double slits from his Ace Selma Breach charges. Doesn't have enough amount of HP to contest against the Capcan, so it would be best for him to use the smoke, go for the plant, but it's not going to work out well. The Maestro gets 2 kills with the Alda, with the diffuser down, which leads to Noble, who did get his kill, eliminating Mute. Now he needs to find 3 more. The Alda will be able to go down, quite surprisingly enough, as Heko gets the double kill with the weapon here. He still has 10 minutes left. Sajin is still towards on the red stairs with the diffuser, having a amount of information. Push comes in, he gets another triple kill to Heko, but he doesn't have the diffuser yet, and neither does the intel on where exactly the location is, which would give Exile the win on round 3, second floor AVG. 2 defending round wins goes on the side of Team Exiled. As we take a look at it in the instant replay, we now proceed to round 4, where the site from Team Exiled would either be on second floor trophy room. Quite an interesting hold coming in from Team Exiled, a very methodical way. And talking about Sajin's roaming capabilities, it does work out well in their favor. And talking about it, they did made a similar change, whereas first floor dining room will be the site for them. I mean, because why not? They did, however, win it out in the first round itself. Why not use the same thing again in round 4? We do see a 6 pick from Subroza shifting from the Kaid to the Valkyrie. Same thing goes to Noble as he switches from the Rook.
Well, Noble had a bit of a disconnect right there. Came back. Thankfully, he's been given a very reliable operator, all things considered. Rook, the universal defender, as I like to call him. As any meta, any game plan, you can just slot him right into that 5th defender spot. Have him put down his armor. That's a little bit of a damage reduction multiplier added. The down but not out condition basically confirmed for any gunfight you're going for, and a revive chance. So a big buff to the defenders in total with a Rook in play. But in general, he doesn't really do much actively in terms of his abilities. It's a very passive ability. And once it's done, it's done. At that point, you're basically just running with a recruit. So, you know, he has his downsides, but, you know, no hate to my man Rook. He is, and has always been one of my favorite defenders, and always will be. Nothing quite surpasses the Russians, though. Let me just say that.
10 seconds left before.
Going back to the point at...
Isn't Rook from GIGN?
Yeah, he's French.
Yeah, you said Russian.
Attackers are
Yeah,
moving
nothing
out to
surpasses
locate a
the
bomb and
Russians.
defuse it.
How did you take that, Baba?
No, I was just... No, man,
Confused.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
fine.
I
Happens to
confused
the best of
myself.
us. Happens to the best of us.
myself,
It's
yeah.
totally fine. Right now, come back to the point at hand. Action phase. Round 4 is a go. As Exiled, with a 1-point lead, of course. Nothing too much, per se. They have to make this lead a little bit larger, a little bit bigger, all things considered, to really set themselves into a flow, into a tempo. And throw Syndicate in the meanwhile. They're going to try and avoid getting sort of crammed into a choke point. That's what they really suffered from in that trophy push that they were trying to do. Horizontal pressure did not work out for them, so they're going to have to go for vertical pressure. But Noble is here to say something else right there, as Heko will be the first one to go down. That's your hard breacher down, mind you, and one of the two, as Killsteal is, of course, bringing in the ace. The summer breaches, ever reliable. But with the Hibana taken care of, that's going to be a big drop indeed. Heko nearly had the 1v4 in the AVG round just a while ago, but he won't be influencing this round any farther.
Rook still alive in closet, gets detected by 2 drones. Doesn't get one of those single drones just yet. The wall bank comes in towards a lot of location. He's boxed in and he goes down, making it a 4v4 situation easy with the avenging his teammate Heko, as will be the one eliminating Noble, giving them the access towards on the astronomy room, trophy and statuary. Not quite sure what happened at that exact moment, but the C4 would be the one which would down the Ash, although the revive would come in instantly from his teammate, which would put him in 10 HP. And talking about it, Subroza losing one of her C4. It's going to be a very difficult situation for them. And talking about Ash, she has the breach charges. which would give stop breaching capabilities very easier for the attackers here. Sophia expending a last of her breach charges as Kill Steal eliminates Loner, pushing in towards the laundry room, I believe, and he proceeds to use his Selma breach charges to open up lines of sight towards the first floor dining room. And talking about it, they still have good amount of time. Actually, not that much. They only have 32 seconds left. A bid is not going to waste any time at all. Decides to push in, sees the Jaeger, doesn't get the shot, gets eliminated from Jaeger. So bros are still holding in towards the dining room, making sure that there won't be any push. And for now, there is a basement push still coming in, but here comes one frag, and it's going to be Killstreak taking one Talk Siege, getting another double kill to him, but there is a plan going in from Killstreak, and it's going to be a post-plan situation for him. Killstreak will be able to eliminate the final player on the side of Team Exiled, which would give the attackers the win on first floor dining. If we take a look at it in the instant replay, we will now proceed to round 5, where Team Exiled has they did, however, equalize the round against them.
Early game equalizations, that's what you like to see when it comes to practically any game of competitive Rainbow Six. It means that we're in for a good long game that's going to take us all the way. Well, I say all the way of course means maximum overtime. And we might not go all the way to maximum overtime. There's always the chance to have a finisher at 7-4, 7-5, or even from the situation, 7-2s or 3s could happen. Plenty of possibilities and possible futures and permutations and combinations and stuff that I really do not have the wherewithal to talk about. So we're going to head over to the second floor trophy on round 5. 2 rounds removed from the roll swap in round 7, which means Exiled have to make use of their last 2 defending rounds to give themselves as big of an advantage as they possibly can. That last round on first floor dining, it started out pretty well for them, all things considered. They had the early kill, and they had everything else sort of, stacked in their favor. They did lose Noble, who was playing the Rook on the roam, but that's what you kind of really expect when Rook is cornered in the closet with about nowhere to go. But he did what he could, and he did quite a bit of damage, but unfortunately after that there was no bodies being dropped. From the attacker side, Exiled weren't taking those gunfights or weren't finding themselves in positions where they could win those gunfights. Throw Syndicate just did it better and did it for longer. That's what they're going to be looking to do this time as well, as we're heading into action phase for the 5th round. Right now, of course, once again, something that Throw Syndicate needs to work on is losing that first man early. Sure, it hasn't exactly affected them too badly in most round situations. It definitely wouldn't hurt to not lose that first man as soon as, you enter into the build. Meanwhile, we've got a Loner right now getting pushed by 3 attackers outside on balcony. That's the Nomad to take his life away. Cheesy Chimkin starts things off with a very good first pick. The Bandit will drop. There's somebody inside of landing that they are now looking to take care of, and that's Noble, whose Gore Shield has been popped. A little bit of fire damage right there from his own popped shield, as he will have to fall back towards 90, and the attackers now have leeway over office and classical hallway.
Bandit making a huge mistake, and it will cost them a lot as Killstreak gets another one, eliminating Noble. Already 2 players down. We're trying to hold their position towards on second floor AVG. Unfortunately, they could not, which would give the attackers much more advantage. They have good amount of time. All they have to do is use their drone works, use smokes, and go for the plant. Although engaging in a gunfight against the defenders will be a tough part, so they need to figure out a way to at least find some angles or maybe some nade kills in which the attacker doesn't have any of their kills yet. They still have those hard breaches to make lines of sight towards on second floor statuary room. They still have some good amount of concussive nades, but I don't think that's required for easy, as he eliminates Talk, give them the access towards on the second floor statuary room. And talking about Hibana's Scaros Palace, it will be used to open up the walls towards the second floor statuary room to Rosa. nice shot, eliminating kill steal right from the bathroom. He'll proceed to fall back towards the astronomy. Sees the heavy aggressive push coming in from Ash. Suprosa tries to contest, gets one, doesn't get the other, making it a 3v1 situation, which all goes down to Sage. And he is in trophy room. He gets one towards Statue. He still needs to find two more with his apparently pushing in towards the astronomy with the GZ Chimkins. He did repelled in. He will be the one to get the final kill, eliminating Sage and giving them the win on second floor trophy. As we will proceed to round 6, as we but for now we did see a rehost coming in from the side of Exiled. Throw Esports, sorry, Throw Syndicate. I do have, I mean, Throw Syndicate. What an excellent attack runs we do get to see here.
Absolutely. Throw Syndicate have been doing well so far in terms of their attack. They've had their own issues in terms of flank watch, in terms of other, unfortunate situations that they found themselves in. But Exiled, on the other hand, well, excuse me right there. Exiled have had their own set of problems, primarily down to when the push comes in from Throw Syndicate. These last two rounds especially, they haven't quite been able to counter in kind from their own end. Their defensive capacitors aren't exactly firing on all cylinders, and that's why they keep finding themselves at the short end of the road, where they keep losing rounds. And if they keep losing rounds to Throw Syndicate while they're in the defense, then on the other side, when they go to the attack, they'll find themselves at an even bigger disadvantage than they would have otherwise, because Throw Syndicate will be going to the defense on Villa. They are doing well on attack, mind you. They've already made sure that under no circumstances will Exiled be able to go into an advantage going into roll swap. They can't do that anymore. So for Exile, the best situation right now is to equalize and push for advantage when they're in the attack. It'll be a very tough fight against Throw Syndicate's defense, of course, but given everything, it could happen. It could most certainly happen, and if it does, then, well, it will have been a great game from the side of Exiled. And Throw Syndicate, on the other hand, of course, they, being on the defense, will have that defender's advantage. Now, something I would like to sort of talk about is the ban phase that we had today. Thatcher, Montaigne, Mira, and Melusi coming out on the bans from both sides. Throw Syndicate with Thatcher and Melusi, and of course Monty Mira from the side of I had that turned around. Exiled with the ones with Thatcher and Melusi, and Throw Syndicate with Montaigne and Mira. Now, when you really think about it, with the current patch, Operation Neon Dawn, of course, I personally thought we would see a lot more Goyo bans, but of course, I'm sort of contradicting my own words with that, because it is, once again, a transitionary period. The patch has just dropped. People are just figuring it out and trying to see exactly what they need to do and not to do to cripple each side of the attackers and the defenders. And overall, Goyo bans will certainly start picking up. At least that's what I feel, primarily down to the fact that you have a lower deployable shield counter than you used to. Valkyrie's deployable shield is on, so is Wamai's, and there is an argument to be made that Smoke's deployable shield could be taken away as well, but that's a change that hasn't happened, so maybe it might happen in the future. Smoke has a very good gadget and a very good weapons kit, so overall they could consider taking away his shield, and that would sort of force the Goyo bans, not the Goyo bans, that would sort of force the defending side to pick very different operators more regularly for those deployable shields, and we might see the rise of Ella. We might even see the rise of Frost. I mean, how long has it been since we've seen Frost be continually played in competitive? I think forever in terms of the Canadian defender. I kind of feel bad for her. But overall, that gun, the 9mm C1, doesn't really lend itself well to a lot of situations. That's primarily a problem. But again, I have hope that that can be addressed in a later on scenario. But the point is that with the deployable shields going away, with Jaeger only able to counter one projectile every 10 seconds, and with Wamai losing his synergy with Jaeger, right there. His synergy with Jaeger and one magnet as well, going down to 4 from 5, it's going to be a pretty big nerf to what used to be a very one-way sort of meta, if I'm allowed to say that. And in a way, that's good. That's going to make things a lot more interesting going forward. And given that the third season of the Pro League has already begun, I'm pretty sure all three of us, myself, Babagusta, and Foxy, are going to be interested to refreshen our notes in this transitionary period as we head into what I personally feel is a timing based meta. And that's going to make things a lot more interesting, isn't it?
I mean, to be honest, Jack, you actually did forget one more defender, and his name is Warden. Now,
Oh.
Warden, he has a deployable shield. He has a gadget. I mean, most of the time, what the attackers would do is that they would throw flashbangs to make sure that there won't be any ADSs being caught up, so that they'll be able to use the impact nades to try to take out those deployable shield. Now, the reason why I said Warden is because he can be able to counter it, because if there is one particular flashbang in which it does blind the operator, he can immediately cancel the effect and just to try to be aggressive, try to eliminate the Zofia while she's trying to use a gadget to try to take out those deployable shield. I mean, there is a lot of opportunities, a lot of counters coming in from both the attackers as well as the defenders. But talking about the number of changes as we do get to see, especially when it comes to deployable shield, it's been drastically reduced. I mean, Valkyrie having the deployable shield, now we don't have it. I mean, the Vamai doesn't have a deployable shield. In fact, just like you said, Jack, Goyo, we might see a Goyo being banned all the time, but what what really that I'm interested is that since Sam Fisher is open, I mean, even Echo is out of quarantine. Finally, we might be able to see some Echo plays, knowing that he has a deployable shield too. So there may be a rise in Echo. There may be a rise with the Maestro being picked, because obviously, in a game of Siege, intel is king, as we like to call it. Having information is one step ahead of winning a battlefield against any opposition. Having information is technically a higher win rate for the defenders. So having an Echo, having a Maestro, although Echo has recently been nerfed, is that the Yokai drone doesn't have an invisibility effect. So the Echo main should be much more creative enough to hide those Yokai drones to make sure at the exact last moment they'll be able to disable the defuse as best as possible.
Absolutely. That's actually something I forgot about. Echo being back in competitive. It's been such a long time since we've even talked about Echo that I kind of forgot he pretty much existed up in competitive Siege.
For
I
Echo.
have to say it, like, you don't see him at all, or couldn't see him because of restrictions, of course. But now with Echo being allowed back in play, it's gonna make for that shakeup, just like you were saying. Echo has a deployable shield. That's probably going to be considered if Goyo bans start picking up. Again, it's a lot of ifs and buts right now. Not a whole lot, excuse me, has been set in stone. And who knows, we might get to see Sam Fisher, or Zero as he's called in the
I'm
game,
very excited about Sam
be
Fisher, to be
brought
honest.
in. Yeah, Intel. It's all down to the fact that Intel is going to be very important to execute properly with timing maintained. That's, again, something that all sides will have to take into account right now, at least for the time being, until we finally settle into place with a ongoing meta. With all that being said, we're just waiting on Throw Syndicate's last player to join back in. There we go, Killsteel. We were just talking about him. He is in, and Throw Syndicate have said that they are ready. Exiled as well. We're just making sure that everything is set properly, as we'll be going back with the match in just a quick minute, ladies and gentlemen. Villa will be coming back live in the score 3-2 in favor of TS, who currently in the lead, going into round 6, have a big chance of making this lead even larger and making things even harder for the side of Exiled. Although, as I say that, Killsteel gets disconnected.
Oh, that's sad.
That is very sad indeed. We're just trying to figure out what happened, as we'll get confirmation on whether or not we're actually going to come back into the game in just a quick second, ladies and gentlemen. Do give us some time here, as I believe that could have just been a temporary disconnection. He could probably connect back any second now. Nope, he has not. And that is
Attackers
going
need to
to
locate
keep us
and
here, I
defuse as
assume.
many bombs as they can.
Yep, we are staying here, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that's quite the roller coaster ride, isn't it? We were about to go live, but we can't go live because ah.
No, but to be honest, let's just have a talk about the match, shall we? Throw Syndicate, especially actually exiled on defense. We did get to see a Capcan being picked. Did worked out well in the first round. Those EDDs did deal good amount of damage with the attackers, and then suddenly in the second round, throw Syndicate were like, all right, you know what? Let's just up our intel game. Let's make sure that we will be able to use our drones to give good amount of information on what kind of utilities that they're using, so that they'll be able to remove it, push towards the side, and get those wins. With throw, they did throw Syndicate. I do have to pause again. I'm not trying to. Yeah. I actually don't want to insult them or anything. Second floor trophy, first floor dining did go to the favor of throw Syndicate, and as well as on exiled, first floor dining and second floor ABG did go to them. An impressive hold, although numerous amount of mistakes we did see, especially from the bandit when the site was on second floor trophy room. We did see the Goyo who was holding in towards the the AVG, and there was a Vulcan shield being placed right from the main stairs to make sure that they'll be able to have the highest angle possible. Unfortunately, they could not, try to eliminate those deployable shield. They did eliminated the deployable shield, which forced the defenders to be in a very different position. Now, most of the time, even when they do engage in a gunfight, the player has either two options: one, to either repeat and get those kills, which is a very risky decision, or you can just reposition in a different position, make a different angle and get those kills, which is mostly a viable option. And talking about bandit, was on the second floor study. He didn't had enough amount of cover. He decides to engage in a gunfight against the nomad. It technically, it was a bad idea. Would have been better if you're just holding in towards the ABG entrance instead, to have good amount of cover as well as good amount of information trade when it comes to peaking. And yeah, talking about exile, they made a lot of mistakes, and hopefully in round 6, if they do however equalize the round, second half will in second half it will be exiled esports who will be on attack, and they have to make sure that they're able to win at least 2 to 3 rounds on attack, so they'll be able to win it out against them.
Absolutely. That is something that both sides will need to be aware of. Of course, Thor Syndicate want to make sure that they continue taking the lead, having taken 2 rounds back to back, and given themselves the 3-2 situation. Building up that momentum is very much required, especially when you're playing on Villa, and Exile will be more than aware of that. They want to stop Throw Syndicate before they get away with that round-winning momentum that we just talked about. And the only way to do that right now is for them to equalize the round count between both sides to make sure that they can, like I said, stop the momentum and give themselves a better chance at winning this game. It all comes down to how you sort of place yourself in your opponent's shoes and counter their plays as you go about them. Exiled is all back in the lobby once again, ladies and gentlemen, and now we're just waiting on a Throw Syndicate to come back in as soon as possible. As it were, the wait continues for all of us here in this match. Of course, I know rehosts, we've had weirder and longer rehosts than this before, season 2 flashbacks, but it is what it is. Sometimes the players have more issues than they bargained for, and it's not really anyone's fault. It's just down to bad luck and bad timing, as it were. And Throw Syndicate, they're just slowly filtering back into the lobby as soon as possible so that we can get everything set and running and get back to the match, because I know for a fact that we're both slowly running out of things to say. And as it were, everything is, it's all fine and dandy, isn't it?
I mean, it is, but although we could do talk about this, remind the standings yet again, I do have the information right through here. So let's. I'm just gonna take a. How about we just take a look at when I have this information right through here? Not quite sure what happened to my PC.
I like how you look like you're doing some serious calculations and equations over there.
No, I'm just not making any serious calculations. I'm just trying to figure out how to just shift one specific window to the other It's very difficult to do it, but yeah, finally here I go. I did get the information. Division 1. Kira Esports will be on the first position, followed up with Unit Gaming in second place and L2K in third place. Kira Esports only losing 1 points, have a round conversion of 24 and 18 points. Talking about Div 2 standings, it will be Exterminate in the first position, winning 5 matches and a round conversion of 6, having a total points of 16, whereas lies Valiance in second place, Dauntless Esports in the third position. In Division 3, we did see all three of them having the same points, which was Naughty Indians, Nat, and Statics Gaming. It went down. It actually went down with the round conversion, in which Naughty Indians were the one who had the highest round win conversion. Total of 27 from Naughty Indians, Nat 19, and Statics Gaming 18, which would give Naughty Indians in the first position, and however they do get promoted to Division 2. So we get ready to see Naughty Indians, Nat, and Status Gaming in Division 2, and the same thing goes to Exterminate, Lies Valiance, and Dauntless Esports in Division 1. I'm really excited to see how well Season 3 is going to pan out with the new recent update, the Neon Dawn, and I'm very excited to see how well it's going to pan out, how what kind of new strategies that the team's going to go through. I'm very excited to relearn how Siege is today.
Oh, absolutely. I know for a fact that aggression-heavy teams like Demus Force and Kira Esports, they'll be looking at this update with very, very happy faces because aggression is a key. I mean, I finally managed to sit down for a couple of ranked matches last night, and before my my own PC just decided to, not function. But that's a story for a different day. But the rank sets are not. That's what I was actually talking about. The aggression. Like, you were there with me, Baba. Like, ooh,
Yeah,
boy, we
we
were
did.
caught off guard very early in those defensive rounds. Like, there was something else flowing in the air last night.
I mean,
And, ooh.
I still remember that I saw Mira.
Mhm.
This was on Map Cafe Dostoevsky. The site
Oh,
was on
yes.
second floor reading room.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
then
yeah,
I
yeah.
saw Mira doing the flank opportunity, pushing towards the white stairs, and he eliminated me while I was doing the soft breaching capabilities as Sledge. I mean, the amount of aggression on South APAC, it's absolutely insane. I mean,
Oh,
we
yeah.
don't see a lot of spawn peaks. We don't see runouts from the defenders, but instead we do see some heavy aggression towards choke points on where the attackers usually come in, and it's very interesting on the South Asian standpoint. Talking about, I have absolutely zero idea on how EU region and NA region is actually thinking of right now, but deployable shield do plays a part unless and until if the attackers have some explosive ordnance to eliminate it. Although the most powerful gadget right now would be the frag grenade, because since the huge recent nerf of the Jaeger's ADSs as well as the Vomai's magnet being removed, we don't see a lot of Vomai picks being made. Still, there is the Jaeger pick being used. I mean, obviously, because he's the most picked operator in the history of Siege. 110% on pick rate. Jaeger is
Oh, yeah.
actually out of the charts, to be honest. I mean,
Mhm.
I did check out the charts. I mean, if this is the boundary, Jaeger is like outside of the boundary, and he's like, my goodness.
He's like in orbit at this point.
Yeah, I mean,
Ooh,
ju-
that
just
is
how just how
pick rate and a
interesting is
half.
that?
Mhm.
Yeah, the hammer heads into orbit. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Jaeger might not be winning as many games as SSG, but he's up there. He's definitely up there. I'm pretty excited to see what the graphs will be in when they release them mid-season, of course. But turns out there's a lot more issues currently happening for us here, trying to get the match live, ladies and gentlemen. So looks like we're gonna have to head into a little bit of a quick break, and we'll be right back on the other side with the match. We do apologize for the inconvenience and the delay, but we'll be right back very soon. Stay tuned.
The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a 0 becomes a 1, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD BLACK NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance. The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a zero becomes a one, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD BLACK NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance. The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a zero becomes a one, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD BLACK NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance. The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a zero becomes a one, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD BLACK NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance. The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a zero becomes a one, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD BLACK NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance. The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a zero becomes a one, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD BLACK NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance. The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a zero becomes a one, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD BLACK NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance. The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a zero becomes a one, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD BLACK NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance. The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a zero becomes a one, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD BLACK NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance. The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a zero becomes a one, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD BLACK NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance. The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a zero becomes a one, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD BLACK NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance. The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a zero becomes a one, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD BLACK NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance. The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a zero becomes a one, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD BLACK NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance. The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a 0 becomes a 1, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD BLACK NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance. The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a 0 becomes a 1, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD BLACK NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance. The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a 0 becomes a 1, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, took us a while, but we are back with the Throw Syndicate versus Exiled match. And we will be going back live right now, in fact, as all of the players are back in. Everything is set and ready. The round history is in, and we'll be going back to a 3-2 scoreline going into round 6 in favor of Throw Syndicate, who have come back as well. They're all back, every single one of them, alongside Exiled, of course. And we are back with the match, ladies and gentlemen. 6th pick out of the Thermite into the Zofia from a bit. Interesting decision, bringing in some more soft breach in place of the hard breach. Since you already have the Hibana and the Ace, I'd say that that is a good decision as round 6 will be underway. We apologize once again for the massive delay that we had, but the number of problems that we were having in between, it's not even worth talking about at this point, ladies and gentlemen. We're back with the match, and that is the point at hand, as second floor AVG is going to be the site of choice. Exiled, where we left off, they were the ones at a bit of a disadvantage. seeing as Throw Syndicate are currently in the lead. Exiled on the defense need to take this round for their own, because if they're not able to and Throw Syndicate gets away with round 6, then Exiled will be the ones at a massive disadvantage. They're going into attack in the next round, round 7, and Throw Syndicate on the defense in round 7 roll swap, which if it's a 4-2 situation in favor of TS, then it will be very hard for Exile to make a comeback. This round is very important for them, and Throw Syndicate are going to be trying to deny them that equalizer status at all costs. We've got a couple of roamers, Sajan being one of them, the Legion out towards Classical Hallway, but the Mozzie drone to support him. Interesting decision from the man. He knows that there's an ace close by, pre-fires it a bit, gets a bit of damage done, but can do more than that as a kill steal. We'll have to be careful, but Noble will drop in the meanwhile as Easy starts things off with a big kill. Takes 2! Hello, what was that pre-fire? Onto Sajan's head, as that is a Legion taken care of on 90, but he knows that there's somebody else there, but he will go down. Wasn't looking at the right time, as Sabrosa managed to push up and get a reflag, a much needed one. But it's a 2-for-1 deal. With the Ash going down, Sajan and Noble have gone down as well, and those two are very influential for the side of Exiled. With them gone, Throw Syndicate once again are at an advantage.
Talking about advantage, they do have the control of the 90s hallway, in which Killsteal, he's just using his Selma Breach charge. He's kind of worried that there might be some impact tricking, but there won't be any impact trick, nor the Kite's Electroclaw trick. But he's just having a bit of problems here. The pest will be given out thanks to the Ping 2.0 system through drones. They'll be able to eliminate it, making sure that there won't be any flank routes being available on the red stairs. You do see the Mute still in towards Piano. He's just waiting for the attackers to make their move so that the Mute will do his work as well. Air Jabs will be able to push back, but doesn't get the confirmation, which would give Throw Syndicate in a very difficult situation. They still have that C4 to use that verticality control right from the Piano to make sure the default plan does not happen. And also a kill with the SMG-11, which would recover the round, making it 3-3 situation. Hecko is still towards the study room, and Mute is making a fallback towards the stairs, but there is a plan going on. The attackers, the defenders, they don't even know that the plan is going on. They do now. It's a post-plan situation. Maybe able to get the kill, making it a double kill. The C4 comes in, doesn't get any damage done as Hecko cleans the life of Mute, making it a 2v2 post-plan situation. The Jaeger tries to make some momentum. So Cruiser gets one, Hecko gets the other, making it a 1v1 final showdown of the first half. Who's going to be able to take the lead? Is it going to be Throw Syndicate with the 4-2, or is it going to be Exile to make a 3-3? So Broza, he's going to push in towards the study room, in which the Hibana will be able to get a good amount of information here. 13 seconds, 12, 11. Subroza needs to make a move here. Hecko is pushing in. He knows the exact location, goes for the burst, gets the kill, and Throw Syndicate will be the one in the lead. 4-2 score line. Round 6, second floor AVG goes to them as we proceed to the second half, round 7, where Throw Syndicate will be the one on defense. A very strong lead for Team for team defense. 4-2 will be the scoreline for them. Second floor AVG will be the site, and let's see if they will keep the lead or will Exiled on attack try to make amends, try to get their equalizer up in play.
4-2 being the round count right now. Of course, Throw Syndicate have a good lead on their hands. Going on the defense with a lead like this, and with the Wamai in play, synergizing with the Goyo, a Mute coming in, and the Jaeger from Hecko, that's going to be a lot to clear for the side of Exiled. Of course, you know, it's not going to be as deadly as anything in Operation Shadow Legacy, but it is still going to be a pretty hard combination to crack for the side of Exile's attack. And not to mention, Throw Syndicate have been fairly confident in their gunfights as well. They know they can't sit back in terms of utility, and they will have to be aggressive, and they have definitely shown that aggression in their attacking rounds. Now, this point onwards, we're going to have to be looking at their defensive aggression and see how far up they're willing to push against the attacking Exiled operators. And if they're willing to really extend and go for early kills, you know, slow down the momentum before Exiled can even get started, then they are in for a bit of trouble. Exile, that is in for a bit of trouble. Throw Syndicate in the meanwhile. They've got the rounds and the advantage to sort of attempt that. At the same time, they'll need to make sure that they don't overextend and then get punished for whiffing too many opportunities. That's going to be their lookout for the time being, as round 7 could potentially see a C. Either Throw Syndicate continuing their momentum. Ooh, easy in the meanwhile. He's going to get one. Not quite. Whiffs a lot of shots onto Noble right there. Could have had a kill, and he still wants to go for this peek. He sees one, but he's very fortunate just to not have his head taken off from the fires coming back in his direction. Bedroom window will have to be given up by the man, as the only bit he could do was do a bit of damage to the Iana.
We still do see Iana, who did apparently rappel in towards the study balcony. She has those 2 frag grenades, which would give a useful elimination when it comes to not only taking out utilities but also the operators. And thanks to her Gemini replicator, she'll be able to give a good amount of information and also try to bamboozle the defenders into forcing their use of the C4s. And talking about Easy, he's still in towards the second floor trophy room, trying to contest some of the operators, making sure that the push or a hunting party from the attackers would not happen. As we proceed to 1 minute 30-second mark, no bodies have been dropped, not any utilities has been used just yet. It's just barricades being opened. They're just holding angles. They haven't opened up any particular walls just yet. And neither the defenders have any denials. Not a bandit, not even a Qaid is being played, in which on the side of Team Throw Syndicates would be their highest advantage. But looks like Easy will make sure that it will be their advantage, eliminating Subroza as the push will appear. 1 kill goes down, and with that, Team Exiled is in a very difficult positioning.
Easy with the second one, finally gets refragged inside of Astronomy right there, as the sledge will shut him down. There were so many attempts made on his life, and sure, he never got the kill onto the Iana, but that doesn't matter, as Noble will finally drop. Heko takes that kill onto the diffuser, coming into sight. That's left that lunchbox in the line of sight of the defenders. That's very unfortunate, in fact, for Exiled, who only have Toxic and Sejin remaining to salvage this round. Sejin takes one. That's a good shot on the GC Chimkin, who was on the bar of Gaming Room, but that's just one. They need 3 more, and Sejin's gonna go down. Heko makes sure of that. It's all down to the last man standing. Only so much he can do with goo mines going into his shin, shots being fired in his vicinity. There we go. The Jaeger shuts him down, as Toxic will fall. That is Throw Syndicate taking round 7. We'll see that in the instant replay right there. And it is now 5-2 in favor of TS, coming back from the very lengthy rehost that we had. They have managed to keep up their momentum. Second floor trophy is going to be the site of choice, and something that we've been talking about before, which is, of course, Exile's issue of the early round man count being swung against them very hard, in fact, in that last round as well. It was just down to them not finding Easy in time and letting the Goyo, Easy, who was playing Goyo in that round, get away with quite a bit. When you really think about it, he should have been punished a lot sooner and a lot earlier, but he managed to get away with quite a bit. Right now, we're going to go into round 8, of course, second trophy being the side of choice. And this is going to be a pretty interesting one, because the Exiled, they're not exactly looking too good right now.
I mean, absolutely, Jack. And talking about Exile's plan of attack, they did have to deal with the Goya, who was trying to give some heavy aggression towards the windows of Master Bedroom. He did go for a spawn peek. It didn't quite work out well, although he did dealt a good amount of damage to the Iana on the side of the attackers. And then it was just more of the attackers just holding one particular angle and not making a move at all. We didn't see any drone was coming in. We didn't see any hard breaches, utilities to open up a particular wall. Maybe on the study room, not on even on the vault, which gave a lot of problems for the attackers, wasting a lot of time. Then Throw Syndicate, all they have to do is to just wait for the attackers to push in a particular moment, eliminate them one by one, and get the win. The only question for me is that is it going to be the same attack coordination that we do get to see from Exile, or is it going to be some difference? Maybe a Sage in going towards on first floor dining, eliminating the mute jammers towards on second floor sanctuary room, so they'll proceed using the hard breaches to open up the wall, or they could just try to eliminate the roamers first and then proceed to push towards the site with the help of their drones to go for the smoke plant towards the second floor sanctuary room, although they do need the control on second floor AVG. And talking about it, the attackers have decided that they would push in towards the second floor master bedroom, in which it is heavily guarded from Kill still defending towards on walking closet and the Jaeger holding in towards the sanctuary room. 2 ADS is being placed from Kill Steel. They do have information, I believe. They do have the necessity of flashbangs to make sure that they'll be able to eliminate it, go for the push, and get those kills as best as possible. Kill Steel going very aggressive towards the walking closet, doesn't find one, decides to fall back. He's just waiting for the defenders to make a move. The heavy aggressive push yet again, even with the concussive nade, trying to deal good amount of damage. He still survives for the day.
Absolutely, although the toss of the magnet, not exactly the best possible timing, but it doesn't matter. He has a couple of ADSs to save his life. Killsteel so aggressive, but he will finally go down as the Maverick pushes in. Noble takes a much needed kill, and he will clear out the ADSs that were bunched up inside of Closet. That's the site you'll see a lot more often of moving into Operation Neon Dawn, as if you want to take out multiple bits of utility with the Jaeger ADS quickly, you're going to need to bunch them together. He's going to find one in the meanwhile. Subrosa goes down. There goes Sage, and a couple of quick kills, they're being dropped as Exiled, not looking too good. Hecko manages to get away while coming in clear line of sight of the Maverick. Not a good look for Noble, I might add, as right now Noble and Loner both a little low on HP. We've got the Sledge, who is still doing work in terms of clearing what little bits and pieces of utility the defenders have left. But with 30 seconds remaining, Throw Syndicate have all the time in the world to establish their cross angles and just hold. They're doing exactly that. You can see the UMP on the long angle. We've got a cross inside of a Statutory. There's only so much that the attackers can do. Exile, that is, to get in. There goes the Maverick. That's a big drop, and that is going to leave it at a 4v2 and make that a 4v0. Throw Syndicate, you can never go wrong with that kind of a hold. I mean, they let them get away with too much again, and TS punished them for each and every advantage that they managed to get away with. Exiled making far too many mistakes in far too many situations and not positioning themselves, setting themselves up for a win. It was practically an all-man bedroom bathroom push, and they got completely cleaned up for it. They needed some sort of pincer movement, horizontal pressure. None of that was there. It was a one-track push into bedroom, and we all saw what happened right there. 6-2 is the scoreline. Match point has been confirmed as Throw Syndicate are 1 round away from progressing in the qualifiers, and Exiled are 1 round away from, unfortunately, having to end their journey here and try again next season.
I mean, talking about Throw Syndicate's defense, especially on second floor trophy, you did see the highest meta being used, but that was actually when Shadow Legacy was introduced. At that moment, like, especially on a map like Village, I wouldn't say it was from Shadow Legacy, it was exactly when Bomai was introduced. That's exactly where the site on courtroom became very powerful, in which the attackers had no idea on how to contest that specific positioning. But this time, we did get to see some major improvements. Maverick with an impressive push, eliminating the Bomai. They did get the control on second floor master bedroom, and then they were just clueless. They had no idea on how to push, when to push. They didn't have good amount of utilities. I wouldn't say utilities. I would say drone works to give good amount of information. Yes, they did eliminated those 2 Vulcan shields being placed one from the sanctuary room, then the sanctuary room entrance, and then towards the opened wall of the sanctuary room. They did eliminate them. They even had a frag grenade, and it could have been used to eliminate at least one of the players who's playing near towards the reinforced wall. But unfortunately, we won't be able to see those plays coming in from Exiled. As we proceed to the first floor dining room for Throw Syndicate, it is a match point for them, and they only need 1 more point to make sure that Exiled will be eliminated. Talking about interesting push from the basement, it is a heavy heavy control as Killsteal gets 2 kills with Yogg, whips out the Rhino, doesn't get the third, makes it a 3v3 situation. Saiyajin is not messing around, gets double kill, gets triple as he's on a roll here. He's still pushing in towards the kitchen, and just like that, a quick, clean, precise, clean kill from Exiled as they are not giving the fight up just yet. Winning round 9 first floor dining. As we take a look at it in the instant replay, we will proceed to round 10 where Exiled is not out of the game just yet. Although the site on second floor AVG might be a little worrying for them because that side has been open for Throw Syndicate and they'll make sure that they'll be able to get the win as soon as possible. They did not expected that aggression. 3 players pushing in towards the basement stairs and 2 players, I believe, they made an entryway spawning towards the main entrance, opened up the windows towards on bicycle room and then pushed in towards the site. A very impressive split push coming in from Team Exiled, and to be honest, they need to make it more often. They have to make those split pushes to make sure that they have good amount of angles, good amount of rotation covers being denied so that Throw Syndicate wouldn't have any other answers for the attackers to even give them a breathing room. And talking about it, they're still on match point. They still have 3 chances for Throw Syndicate to make sure that they won't make their mistakes again, and they are prepped and ready. Double deniers, the Bomai's Magnet Needs as well as the Jaeger's ADSs. Interesting enough, there is 3 placements of the Jaeger's ADSs. Will be better if they have a Twitch shock drone or a EMP would work out well, but since Thatcher has been banned, they need to figure out a way to eliminate those as soon as possible.
Absolutely right there. Eliminating those bits and pieces of utility is going to be much needed for the side of the attack. Exiled, of course, in the last round, they just practically just said, you know what, we're not doing all of that. We're just going to go in and clear everything out. That's exactly what they did. They did it in style as well. They were not ones to back away from the challenge right there. That's what we've seen so far from them. And that 2-sided rush was a good idea, all things considered, but they know they can't do it again because Throw Syndicate will be a little bit more prepared for it this time around. And with AVG being the side of shorts, it would take longer to get there anyway. But looks like they don't want to wait again. They want to get in and they want to do it quickly. And Throw Syndicate are going to have to be very prepared for this aggressive, fast style of play. The thing that we've been talking about quite a bit when it comes to Operation Neon Dawn and onwards, aggression is going to be the play for the side of both sides, really. As Easy's going to start things out by taking down Sabrosa. Once again, the Goyo is going to be the one to take things into his own hands and finish off a very important attacker.
Well, I just forgot that I actually did muted my mic, so there you go. I did unmuted my mic back again. Okay, but just yeah.
The curse of the mute.
Yep, the curse of the mute yet again. I mean, the mute saga continues, as my admin Eisen would say. But for now, let's just focus on towards the match here as Cheesy Chimkins gets a tad bit of a damage there. I believe he is trying to contest towards the 90 hallway with the Vulcan shield being placed. Just worried, and Goyo is like, excuse me, let me just pass through towards the 3rd floor, actually to the 2nd floor, to make sure to hold the angle as best as possible. The attackers on the side of Team Exiled are hunkered down towards on the landing zone. They're just prepping an attack. They have those smoke grenades to block line of sights, although they do need to be prepped and prepared for those C4s. And talking about Cheesy Chimkins, that is not a good way to go out. As Saiyajin uses the Vulcan shield against the defenders, getting those important kills, making it a 4-4. They have 50 seconds left. They are, however, using the tunnel bridges to make lines of sight towards the wall. And it's going to be a matter of seconds when the attackers make a push. And talking about it, Noble gets one, taking out Easy's towards the wall, I believe. Echo decides to make for an aggressive push, doesn't get the shot just yet. Noble is going for the plant. They have good amount of covers. The trade is the C4 play from the defenders. We don't see any C4s. The Musoc comes in from the Ash as it is a post plant coming in from Clancy. Has no idea on the information, gets it down towards the Ash, makes it a 2v2, which leads to Noble in the 90s hallway. He needs to make a move here. And talking about it, Killsteal will confirm the kill, making it a 2v1 situation. But here comes the Chef Nade. Well, Noble gets the Chef Nade. No, it does not! What a bad timing, and also Noble in a very big trouble. They have the information, but he actually still has a chance. Noble needs to find the leg. He sees the leg, doesn't get the connect. Now he does, and now it's a 1v1.
Oh, no!
He needs to fall back, but he doesn't have enough amount of time. Noble has succeeded the win on round 10, second floor AVG. What a play from Sledge. Although the Chefney did not work out well in his favor, the timing is what the Sledge did not have, but in the end, he did get the kill. He had the vertical line of sight. He eliminated the Wamai, and in the end, Exiled make one more win on second floor AVG. What a good comeback coming in on the attacker side. As we proceed to round 11, second floor AVG room will be the site for Throw Syndicate yet again, and they need to make sure that they won't make those mistakes yet again. And talking about the attack coordination from Exiled, they did handle it pretty well. They did open up the walls perfectly. They did decide to push in towards the second floor AVG. They even made a good elimination of, I believe that was the lesion towards the 90s hallway with the Vulcan shields. A very impressive play, and they still need 2 more points to make this overtime. Will it happen or will it not? Jack, what do you think about this?
I mean, given that last round, Baba,
Attackers
anything
need
could
to locate
happen
and defuse
right
as many
now.
bombs as they can.
Exiled. Oh boy, that was a very, very. I mean, at this point, it sounds and seems like a brave push in hindsight, going for the default plant inside of just by that vault wall, of course, vault door. But ooh. That could have gone either way, and unfortunately, a bit the mute in that last round. He went for the correct play, trying to go down towards where the Sledge was playing, obviously, but he took too long to get there. He took too long to
10
cover his
seconds
first
to
teammate,
insertion.
and that's why Killsteal went down. He wasn't able to confirm
5
and
seconds
finish
left.
the counter defuse, and with no time remaining, there was only so much a bit could
Attackers are
do,
moving to defuse the
stranded
bomb.
far away from sight, and with no light of return. That was, ooh, I mean, amazing round from Exiled. Absolutely amazing round, but their post-plant hold needed a lot of work, and they just about managed to scrape by the skin of their teeth. Those Syndicate, on the other hand, they need to make sure that their sight hold improves quite a bit, because they had no plays, no coverage towards that default plant area. They were all trying to go for gunfights, and they kept getting taken down. They're going to need to work on that quite a bit as gonna continue moving forward with this particular round. 6-4, match point is still in play for the side of Throw Syndicate, of course. They can still win this out, finish it as quickly as possible, while Exile, on the other hand, are still trying to push for overtime. I sort of, couple rounds ago, excuse me, I sort of, you know, I made the mention that we might not see overtime the rate this is going, and now, you know, I'm thinking, should I take back my words, because we're slowly approaching that overtime condition, ladies and gentlemen, and if we go through to overtime, well, color me a happy caster. I always love myself some overtime. I'm sure Baba does as well. As we are slowly heading to the minute 30 mark, and no bodies have dropped so far. Easy. Pushing up. He's going to find one. Not quite dead. He's going to be found instead. Big pre-fire from him, only to get punished by Sabrosa, as the first body has been dropped.
Well, first body's been dropped. 4v5 Throw Syndicate yet again in a very difficult situation, as Easy will be the one who's going to go down with his C4 as well. A very important utilities for the defenders. And talking about it, the Vulcan shield this time, Legion will go far away from it and make sure that he wouldn't get taken down from the damage. Kill Steal needs to be careful for the nade being thrown, but that nade would not work out well. Noble goes down. He's not out just yet, but Hecko, on the other hand, eliminates the bros, and Kill Steal also get one more kill, making it in a 4v4. Make that 4v2 as Hecko gets a double kill. The man is making a lot of plays as Cheesy Chimkins eliminates Cyajin, which leads to Loner getting one kill, eliminating the Jaeger towards on 90 hallway, decides to fall back and try to make another step of approach, where he decides to push in towards the first floor living room, with the defender saying that it's better to just wait for the attackers to push in. They'll just go back to their respective positions. The information will be given through with the help of the barbed wires making those sounds, saying that there will be the red stairs push. But this time it will be an ABG, and that ABG will be denied from the Bandits MP7. Throw Syndicate winning round 11, second floor ABG. With a lot of problems dealing on the side of defense, and they finally made their mark. A very impressive match on map Villa 7-4, with Hecko making a heck of a performance as the Eagle.
Oh, absolutely. A very good performance from both sides, all things considered. As given that it was 6-2 not too long ago, we were sort of thinking that it might not go this close. 7-4 is a lot closer than it was looking like a couple of rounds ago. And Exiled, they tried. But once again, we're going to have to say goodbye to those names. I mean, how long has it been since they've been trying for qualifiers in not only the Pro League, but also the previous league? I remember seeing the names of Sage in Error and all of those guys there in Exiled for so long, and they just really haven't had their luck, have they? Throw Syndicate, on the other hand, one step closer to confirming their position in Division 3 as one of the 5 to go up into that leaderboard. Of course, we're going to see if or whether or not they do, but before we do that, we're going to go into relive the moment right here and talk about the best moments that we had in the match, highlights of the match just in general, starting off with what could have been Killsteal's big entry into this game, but it was not to be. It was Noble's big entry, along with, of course, his teammates. Exile taking that first round very, very well, and they started off, not, particularly strong, but pretty strong, all things considered. You had a fire back in round 2 from the side of Throw Syndicate, and there was a bit of a back and forth slowly starting up between these teams, only to then be completely shut down round 4 onwards from the side of Throw Syndicate. There was almost no comeback that the side of Exile seemed to be able to make, at least think of, in post round 3. And once they took round 3, they sort of fell off in terms of their own play. And Throw Syndicate really just, they just started dominating. There's no other way to say it. They started dominating and absolutely turned up the heat, if you will, in terms of what they played in this match. There, some of the things they did were a little confusing, a little bit awkward. Some of their pushes, some of their executes needed a bit of work, and definitely they'll be doing that going into future matches, because you might be able to get into Division 3, but to survive there, you're going to have to adapt to the ever-changing current version of Siege, of course, and adapting with the meta is one of the best ways to make sure that you make your stamp in competitive Rainbow Six. And overall, very well done to Throw Syndicate. Exiled, not so much. They tried, they came out pretty close, but they just weren't to be, as TS were the ones to walk away with the win.
Well, I do feel bad about Exile though. I mean, they did give it at their best shot, especially on attack, winning those 2 rounds on first floor dining and second floor ABG. An impressive performance, but in the end they could not handle the adaptations of Throw Syndicate's line on defense. Hecko, a very impressive player as the Jaeger, he was the one who was making those important kills, getting 2Ks, 3Ks right from this, and this we did get to see that heavy aggressive play. I believe this was total of 4 players pushing in from the basement stairs, one which was the Zofia, who decided to come in towards the bicycle room and then starts to clean up the rest of the squad. A good distraction, and Sajin did his job. But talking about their attack coordination, especially from Exile, it was just one full-on frontal push. And talking about this round, Noble, if he did cook the nade at a perfect time, he could have just eliminated the Vomai. He did make some line of sights in which the Sledge did had good amount of opportunities downing and getting the confirmation towards the Vomai, but in the end, at the last round of second floor ABG, they couldn't do much, and they did get the win. All in all, for Exiled, I don't have any problems regarding their defense. But when it comes to offense, they do need to fix up some of their mistakes. So in the end, congratulations to Throw Syndicate. They still have a lot more matches to go.
Absolutely. Throw Syndicate will be looking forward to more and more of their games as we go forward. But of course, we'll be taking a quick break before we come back with the final game of the night. Wolframite Esports versus Alpha Gamers. We'll be going live on your screens on the map of Oregon, no less. And we'll be seeing you there in just a quick moment after this break. Stay tuned. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the WD BLACK Esports Club Pro League for Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft and in association with ACD500 and AFK Gaming. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Baba Gusta, and I'm an Eisen, as we are here for the final match of Day 2 of the qualifiers for Season 3. Wolframite Esports will be taking on Alpha Gamers on the map of Oregon, coming to you live in a quick minute. Wolframite are, of course, on the attack, and Alpha Gamers on the defense. Oregon is going to be a pretty exciting match indeed, as we're already here in the ban phase. Quick decision from Alpha, as they have the first ban on the map, and it is going to be Thatcher, taken care of nice and early. No surprises right there. Another day, another Thatcher ban, and no matter how much the meta changes, no matter how many different things are applied and reapplied when it comes to defender combinations of utilities, Thatcher will pretty much forever be a constant ban. And Blackbeard will be the second ban on tonight's match. Pretty interesting right there. Blackbeard on Oregon, not exactly a ban that you would go for often. People see Ace bans, Maverick bans, Montaigne bans, Jackal bans. Blackbeard, not something I go for, just out of experience, as you can deal with Blackbeard in more ways than one, but there are other operators to be taken care of. Wolframite, they were the ones who banned BB. They will also ban Kaid today. And that's going to be a bit of electrical interference taken care of, more specifically on hatches, while trying to push basement laundry. Alpha have the last ban on the map, and we're going to find out who the last ban is in a quick second right there. Timer's going to take down, and there we go. Okay, then. You don't get to see that at all, Caveira, not in terms of getting played or in terms of getting picked. That's interesting right there. That could mean one or two things. Either Alpha Gamers doesn't want to play against Caveira when they go on the attack, or they just wanted a disposable ban. They probably want to play Clash every now and again on the defense, and they didn't want to ban anybody else from the defensive side, so here we are. Caveira has been banned. With all that being said, the first round will be underway, and I've kept the man from the mic long enough. Baba, take it away.
Well, interesting match indeed, Jag. It is Wolframite Esports, the same team who were unfortunately relegated from Division 3 in the previous season. Today, they are trying their luck in the qualifiers, where they have to go up against Alpha Gamer. 6-pick comes in as the Echo has been switched to the Maestro. Sadly to say that we won't be able to see Echo being played. Now on towards the introduction of the rosters on the side of Wolframite Esports. We have Vergex, Botneck, Hypnotes, Arrow, and Praxnaf 2K. And on the side of Team Alpha Gamers, we have Newmaster, Wrecked White T, Knight Tyson, Jason Boy, and Nakula. And quite interesting names from Alpha Gamers, and kind of gives me a flashback from the previous season when we had a team named as Pandavas. We had the entire 5 players named according to the Mahabharata. That was
a fun
good
match.
That was a really fun match. I did enjoy casting. And guess what? Most of the matches on Team Pandavas is actually on Oregon, surprisingly enough. And this time, we actually do see Nakula on the side of Alpha Gamers. So it's going to be very interesting to see how well that they're going to be, performing, seeing that they're in a new roster, I believe. Let's see how they're going to go up against Wolframite Esports, the same team in which they are trying their luck, making sure that they'll be back in Season 3. Didn't had good amount of performance, but this time I believe that they are prepped and prepared. Starting off with Arrow, using the breach charges to eliminate the bandage charges towards the second floor kids, and Botneck will do his job opening up towards the attic.
Nice and quickly making a bunch of lines aside. Botneck, reminiscent of punch hole grids being made by defenders. We see that every now and again, especially towards basement. Interesting way to use the blowtorch of the Maverick, but that's of course going to allow somebody to cover him while he goes for a opening. Nice and quickly, he's got to do that and be efficient with his blowtorch field. That's not how you go about being efficient with that, but he's got plenty of canisters to go through, and the wall is already soft. Just got to get rid of that last layer, and there we go. Opening has been made. Prexnaf has joined them in the meanwhile as Wolframite. They were, of course, formerly Division teams, Division 3, mind you. They, however, have found themselves here in the qualifiers. We've got Jason Boy giving call-outs to the Bandit. However, he's missing a lot, but Newmaster comes in to take down Prexnaf, and the C4 comes out, but unfortunate as Grenade will come in. Bandit takes a bit of damage, takes a bit more, not quite. It was Botnik who took a lot of damage. The Maverick pushes up, gets one. Can he get two? Yes, he can. However, the Evil Eye being taken care of isn't going to help much because that's an angry Maestro pre-firing away from the kids. Dorms rotate. Meanwhile, Vergix trades, having being taken down by Nakula while he took down Knight Tyson. Interesting name. I like that one, Knight Tyson. As we've got a 2v2 remaining. The Ace in the Ash versus the Maestro and the Smoke. Denial versus basic aggressive frag type operators. Jason taking a lot of damage, and that's not a rotate he knew was being made, but the Ash will go down. Nakula gets taken down. Takes down the Ash right there. As Hypnotiz will be the last man standing. 1v1. He's got the diffuser. He could bait out the plant, but it is a Smoke who I don't think is quite aware of where the Ace is. He will be now, as Hypnotiz is making a lot of noise right there, trying to push up to try and find the Smoke. Can he see him? Yes, he does, and takes his head off quickly, as that will be the Smoke taken care of. And Wolframite Esports will be taking round 1.
Well, round 1 goes to them, and also as we finish up the instant replay, we will proceed to the second round, where the second floor kids dorm will be the site for them yet again. When it comes to defense, I do have to appreciate the side on Alpha Gamers winning most of their gunfights. One which, in fact, the one which is apparently pushing in towards the attic, I believe it was the Melusi who did get the first kill, but in the end, interesting weapon choice from Smoke, and oh boy, oh my goodness,
we go.
never mind. All right, there you go. Finally, oh my goodness, for the first time, I'm actually going to see a zero gameplay coming in from Wolframite Esports. I am very excited. The Argus scanner, which not only just gives information, but also has that laser to take out any utilities and also gives some major damage for the opposition. Maybe the taser deals a total of 5 damage. Quite as similar to the Twitch's shock drone, in which it was recently been nerfed time and time again. At the beginning, the shock drone had a total of 15 tasers, which each one of those tasers dealt 5 damage, and then it was decreased from 5 to 1, and then they've made a huge buff to the Twitch, saying that it had cooldowns, whereas the shock drone has infinite number of tasers to eliminate any utilities that they have. And still, Twitch is one of the most effective operators when it comes to eliminating those utilities without being able to deal with the attackers, although the drone is the main weakness is there for Twitch. But this time I'm very excited to see Sam Fisher being brought up on map Oregon, the MP7. I'm a little bit sad that I did not see the SC2000, the primary assault rifle of the very famous game of Splinter Cell Conviction, my favorite gun of all. Oh my god, I just cannot believe I'm just fanboying right now. Anyways, just focusing towards the match. Jaeger still towards the main stairs. I believe he still hears the barricade wall being opened towards one classroom. Yes, goes for the pre-fire, but sad to say it is too late, and he decides to fall back towards the second floor armory lockers.
Vergix, I don't know if he had info. He probably did. That was a very intentional ADS right there. Onto the head of the Smoke, and Knight Tyson goes down as well. That is the Jaeger taken care of. Very quick drops from the side of Wolframite Esports, as Alpha Gamers are suffering losses right now that they don't need to. Of course, there's nothing Nakula could have done in that situation. That was just unfortunate for him. Wow. We've got Prux now with the 0 MP7 in hand. And, okay, not sure if that was supposed to be some damage done onto the Bandit. Probably missed. I'm not sure what the effect was though. As a C4 goes out, will miss, of course, and that's another piece of explosive utility gone. In the meanwhile, we're going to have a push coming in from Trophy as Prexknight was preparing another cam. There we go. The grenade goes in. That should take care of the Maestro's Evil Eye. There we go. But it also takes care of the Sam Cam, as I like to call it. But there's the other MP7 firing off. Wrecked gets one. Botnet goes down, but he gets refragged onto by Vergix on the main window of his site. It is now a 4v2. The last two standing, Jason and New Master can only do something about this. There goes one more. It's a 3v1 as New Master took one, but Hypnotist was there to refrag, and now it's all down to the Maestro. He's found one. 1v2. Arrow's trying to push in, but the Melusive Banshee is slowing him down quite a bit. He's finally out of range, but Hypnotist is not, but he sees the gigantic gun of the Maestro coming in over the course of the wall, and Wolframite Esports will take round 2. Very, very well done from them, as Alpha Gamers' defense unfortunately does not look too strong, and Wolframite are taking a lot of advantage off of that. It is 2-0 in their favor, as we're going to be heading into round 3, potentially on basement, laundry room, and supply room. And I was about to say, Vergix, for a second there, it looked like he might disconnect, but he has managed to stabilize himself into the rest of this match nicely. And, you know, just off of the back of that last game that we had, you know, the gigantic rehost, so we would be... we would do well to steer clear of any Rios in this match, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, of course, round 3 will be in play. 2-0 is the scoreline. I'm interested to see that Amaru pick from Pruxnav on basement. No, I don't think he quite counted on site being basement, but, you know, given Wolframite Esports' way of playing, might not even matter.
I mean, picking Amaru, knowing that the site would be on basement laundry, knowing that second floor kids 2 times did go in the favor of Wolframite Esports, you should have guessed that they will pick basement laundry. I mean, going to the same site yet again in the 3rd round would actually be not a good idea for the defenders, and still picking Amaru would give a lot of difficulties, although the Amaru can be able to surprise some of the roamers. Maybe a Melusi if she decides to, you know, hold down an angle towards on big tower stairs, or maybe some particular operator who decides to push in towards the armory lockers, in which it is a very fully fledged anchor hold coming in on the side of Alpha Gamers. All 5 of them, in which they are making some late preparations. Although, interestingly enough, we don't see any deployable shield being brought up on the side of defenders. They will just rely on gunplays, C4s, and impact nades if possible. Although 2 impact nades have already been used from Nakula to make rotations from the basement laundry room and maybe towards on blue bunker. Other than that, you know, Jason having those 2 impact nades would serve some purpose to, you know, try to get some confirmation for downed attackers. So with this, we do see Arrow pushing in towards the big towers. He still needs to be careful because there is one player holding towards the boiler room, and here comes the Gara hook from Praxnav, getting a direct entryway towards the big tower, makes his way down towards the big tower stairs and proceeds to push in. Jason Boy in very big trouble as the repel game from Sophia deals a good amount of damage to Jason, but he is still alive, verging into some great, good amount of inverted capabilities. Actually, the repel game coming in as Jason is still in trouble. He's been tagged from the drones, and Vergix is one wall bang away to eliminate Jason. Jason going very aggressive as he decides to fall back towards on kids. Meanwhile, as you go back to the basement laundry, still we don't see any heavy resistance coming in from the attackers. They're just waiting to clear out the roamers first so that they would proceed and eliminate, in which the Rook will finally go down, unfortunately enough, making it a 5v4 situation. I do have to apologize, I did stumble there because, you know, rhyming words, Rook, Nook. Anyways, back to you, Jack.
Well, unfortunately, the roaming Rook has not worked out for this side of the defense. However, thankful as he finally gets Arrow, and that was quite the gunfight he took because he is very low on HP, and he will go down to the G8, who takes another one. Pruxnav on white. That's a very good double kill for the man, but he's got a Guma in his shin. Will that stop him, though? No, it won't, as he finds another. Can he find his 4th? Not quite. There's a Banshee slowing him down, and Hypnotist is going to be the one to take that and take... Oh, well, that's a little unfortunate. We saw the Maverick going for the armor panel at will, only to be shot down by his own teammate. That's a little sad, but of course the round was won. That's what really matters right here, as round 3 goes the way of Wolframite Esports looking very strong right now. Alpha Gamers, on the other hand, not so much. They're very all over the place, somewhat uncoordinated, some might say, as second floor dorms and dorms main hall will be the site of choice once again. WLF have looked good. Their attack coordinations have worked out. Their strategies, albeit fairly standard, all things considered, have given them good dividend, and they're going to continue using them until, of course, the side of the defense can prove them wrong.
Defenders, protect your
Well,
bombs from being defused by
to be
attackers.
honest, there's not much else to say for Alpha Gamers. Not being able to succeed in at least one side, they are back to second floor kills yet again in a very disadvantageous position. In 3-0, Alpha Gamers still has 3 more rounds to end their first half. This should be their time to at least equalize the round count against him to make sure that they have those fighting chance in the second half, or else Wolframite Esports might put it down to 6-0, not even giving a single win against their opposition, and
10
it would
seconds
just
left
be a
before
clean
insertion.
sweep for Alpha Gamers. Talking about their gunplays, they're extremely well, especially wrecked white with the bandit MP7, getting those impressive
Attacker's
kills, but
objective
also
is to
do
locate
be
a bomb and
careful
defuse it.
when it comes to having information game. And talking about information, we did see the Maestro being brought up from Wolframite Esports when the site was on second floor kills. Didn't quite work out well in their favor, but this time with the Melusi making some being in a very weird positioning there, right from the basement laundry, which in fact the attackers have no idea on where exactly his location is, but that element of surprise is required for Alpha Gamers to get those important kills, maybe eliminate some of the heavy frag attackers in which Wolframite Esports has. You see a nade being brought up from Sledge, trying to make sure that if there's any utilities or operators that can be cleared out. With the help of his drones, will be able to give good amount of information. That's going to be Hypnotize, giving useful information, giving them. Look, Sledge, you just used your frag grenades. How about you just come up towards the armory lockers and proceed to push towards the site? Meanwhile, we do see Praxnaf giving some heavy help for the Maverick to finish up his breach, as Knight Tyson decides to go for the peak as we proceed for a 1 minute 55-second mark, where the attackers have opened up their walls. They're just waiting for a push. And talking about push, Nakula with the FMG will be able to eliminate Vergix as the Ash goes down.
Very good early kill. Vergix has been a pain for the side of Alpha Gamers so far, and especially on entry, and shutting him down was a good decision. Well taken gunfight and well executed kill. Praxnaf in the meanwhile trying to push up, this time with the Jackal. He's pre-firing a lot, but the PDW will fail him as Jason takes one. Can he take two? Not quite. He doesn't have the angle, not the shot lined up. Botnet forces him out, but there's a flank that he was unaware of, and that was from a new master from the same hard breach that the Maverick made himself. That's going to turn this match effectively into a 2v4. Hypnotiz and Arrow, the last two standing, as they have to make something of the situation they've been forced into. Hypnotiz, he's got to be careful though. Through the smoke, there could be somebody pushing in as New Master is about to go for a run out. He does, and he will find Arrow. It's all down to the ace. Hypnotiz 1v5 as Alpha Gamers has suddenly risen to take a round. At least that's what it looks like right now. You can never quite discount Hypnotiz or an ace in this situation. However, it's a very unwinnable task that has been presented to the man. He's caught inside a trophy, nowhere to go. He's spotted from all ends as Knight Tyson takes a bit of damage on the push up. The Master will confirm his kill. The Wamai goes down. In just a second, the kill will be confirmed. There we go. But no more kills can be confirmed. New Master shuts him down. Hypnotiz will fall. And as we'll see in the instant replay, Alpha Gamers will take round 4. Very well indeed. Wolframite Esports not looking too good in that particular attack round. They seem to have sort of lost their way after losing Vergix early, and unless of course that was just a one-off coincidence, could be an indicator of something a little less favorable for them, because relying on Vergix for entry isn't exactly a terrible idea, but you can't only just rely on him. There will be rounds where he goes down early, because entry always means that you are running the risk of getting taken out. Vergix switching to Twitch, in fact, this time around, going into a support operator for his team, interestingly enough, bringing in that shock drone.
Attackers
As
need
we'll
to
move
locate
forward
and
with
defuse bombs.
round 5. 3-1 is the scoreline. Wolframite still in the lead.
Well, talking about which, he did also have a minor buff, having to take out the breaching charges, I believe, to having three flashbangs. And having flashbangs is very efficient, especially for Twitch to engage, to have advantage in the middle of, having a gunfight against their opposition. And also, how can I not forget about the shock drone, which would have the opportunities to try to eliminate the mirrors
10
being
seconds remaining.
placed. They have absolutely no idea that there is a 6-pick being played. So
5 seconds
with
left
the
before
Twitch taking out the Mira walls as soon as possible,
Attackers are moving
Wolframite
to defuse the
Esports
bomb.
might get the upper hand. Although they do need to be careful of the bandit charges, in which 2 of them are placed near the freezer wall. 2 of them, I believe, will be placed towards the electric, and need to be careful about the roamers, in which Wolframite Esports' main weakness was through that. Especially on second floor case, they were mainly focusing on opening up the walls, deciding to push through the side and get those kills. Did not expect it to see Melusi making a play, eliminating not just the Ash, but also the Maverick, who was deciding to push in towards the attic. This time, Wolframite Esports needs to, make a objective to first focus towards eliminating the roamers and then push towards the side. But for now, Rect White with the bandit in towards the boiler room still needs to be careful towards the big towers, where Zofia was about to go for a gunfight but decides to just wait for the drone work. Looks like Botnik will be the one to get that fight kill. Knight Tyson unfortunately goes down, and with it, the Legion, as I was about to talk about it, but that refrag will immediately come in from the Legion as Jason making a 4v4 situation.
Very good kill from Jason right there. Much needed for his team. Refragging onto Botnet for that kill onto Knight Tyson. We're going to have a few hatch breaches right now from the Hibana as an impact gets thrown out, and Arrow is going to have a bit of damage done to him. He'll fall back. The Melusi losing 1 impact, while the Mira window... Oh, that's a shot! Very good, in fact, from Rect, as the Melusi will go down in the meanwhile. Retaliation from the attacker side. Trucksnap takes a kill, but he's lost a lot of health in that fight, as that's going to be Wolframite Esports refragging, getting the man count back in their favor, but with time slowly ticking away, they have to do this, they have to get this execute done as soon as possible. With only three people against 3 defenders, 1 sitting behind a Mira window, no less, opened as it may be, that's still an angle that they have to worry about. WLF will be aware of that, while Nakula is still holding down the main stairs entry. There's 2 coming down from Blue Bunker. Drones coming in from Hypnotiz as well to give them whatever bits of intel he can find. But do they know that Jason is right here? They don't. And slowed down on the Banshee. That's going to be the diffuser drop from the Ace. Getting taken care of. No refrag as Jason has fallen back. He's about to peek again, but that's just going to give away his head to the Twitch. Nicely done as the F2 will fire, finding a kill. They need to find 2 more though, and with 20 seconds remaining, there's only so much they can do before the defenders find their locations. But it's a double trade right there, as Nakula went down, but Vergix did as well. There's only so much time, and it will be Rect White T, the one to finish it off. Pruxnav will drop, as Alpha Gamers are looking strong once again, bringing in the rounds going in their favor. We'll see that in the Act 5 instant excuse me right there. We'll see that in the instant replay. Bit of a force of habit right there. Do excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. It is 3-2 going into round 6, still in favor of WLF, admittedly, but it's just a 1-round lead.
I mean, it can be, because Alpha Gamers are slowly gaining up the lead. They just need, with the kitchen hold being given for Alpha Gamers, knowing that they've succeeded holding in second floor kids and basement laundry. We do see a 6-pick from Nakula, which is from the Legion towards the smoke. I believe the FMG and the SMG-11 will be in place. Sadly, we won't be able to see some, shotgun being brought up from the defenders, especially on the side of Alpha Gamers. Bringing in the Maestro would give good information for the, defenders to make sure that they'll be able to plan their attack, maybe use some lines of sight and get those important kills as soon as possible. But the major problem for me is whether we do see some high focus towards on second floor kids, because especially on a site like first floor kitchen, making sure that the attackers won't have the control on the second floor kids dorms as well as on the attic would be well advised, because the soft breach capabilities which would give in for Wolframite Esports
5 seconds
would
left before
not only just give
insertion.
information but also have the the kill conversion on the
Attackers are
side of the
moving to
attackers.
defuse the
But
bomb.
looks like I believe there will be the Melusi who decides to hold in towards the second floor kids, and Wrecked White team making some bullet holes. The man who's been making extreme well enough kills, but talking about alpha gamers, especially on Basement Laundry, they do need to halt their aggression just a little bit. I wouldn't say, I wouldn't say to halt their aggression entirely, but having to, being very aggressive is not good, and also not being very defensive is also not good either. But the drone works in which botnet will be able to detect where exactly the Melusi's location is, will be able to make the impact nade to try to fall back, and she will succeed, falling back towards the second floor kid, actually the games room, with the help of Smoke, who is in fact trying to support the Melusi, and he will get one kill, eliminating Crack Snap as Melusi tries to go aggressive. Not a good idea, and just as I was talking about it, too much aggression coming in from alpha gamers, especially if one of the defenders gets killed. They decide to go aggressive, in which lead back to a refrag, where Wolframite Esports always take care of that situation. 4v4 concussive nades comes out, especially from Nakula, as he is boxed out, he is cornered, he doesn't have the shotgun to make rotation, and he is going to go down from none other than Vergix. 4v3, 1 minute 36 seconds left, with the dying seconds remaining, as one of the C4s been coming down. Let's see how well that these guys are going to perform.
With a minute 30 remaining, there's plenty of time, all things considered, for the side of Wolframite Esports, having taken down two very big bodies. Now, of course, with Crux now gone, that's a buck, and that's half of the main soft breach capabilities of the team, but you still have the Sledge, and you have Vergix and Botnik playing Ashen Soldier up for that. So there's still plenty of soft breach to go as the Capcan will fall. That was a very ill-advised peek right there. Botnik is going to take down Jason, who, in lieu of that shield being broken, the deployable shield decided to go for a peek. Yes, in the meanwhile, will be taken down by Wrecked White. The Bandit so low on HP after the gunfight that he just took is trying to fall back. Does he know that there's somebody on main? He does not. Vergix with the double, and it's all down to the 1v3. Knight Tyson, the last man standing, in security no less, as he has to make something of this situation. He's going to see that Banshee go off. He knows that there's somebody, most likely Botnik the Zofia, coming in from that angle. He's also got a good hold on to the entry, the breach from a meeting, which means that he could deny the diffuser should it go that way. Vergix is in fact going for the plant. Is there enough cover from the Maestro? There isn't, but Knight Tyson decides to rotate, giving up the angle and instead trying to go through the main rotate inside his side, gives his position away and his life, as Wolframite Esports will take first floor kitchen and dining on round 6. Very, very well indeed. Good coordinated roam clear and good coordinated site push. A couple of bodies being dropped in the process. Nothing too, harmful for them in that side push, as it is 4-2 going into round 7 roll swap, which means they have taken 4 runs on the attack, established a fairly good amount of momentum, and are going into the defense. That's 3 counts that Alpha Gamers have been denied on so far, and being on the attack on Oregon, it's going to make that much harder.
Interesting 6-pick from Newmaster as he switches from the Ash to the IQ. Very interesting picks here. Even from Arrow, switching from the Melusi to the Wumai, deciding to just, not using the Melusi's Banshee deterrent, and just decides to use the Wumai Magnet Nades. I do kind of agree why, because, you have the Goya's Vulcan Shield, which needs protection, and what better protection could it be than having Jaeger's ADSs as well as Wumai's Magnet Nades to make sure that they have a lot of problems dealing with those utilities. And having good amount of protection is good, but they are going to sacrifice if the attackers decides to be very aggressive, decides to push in some other locations in which they did not expect to push in. So, talking about reinforcements, especially from Hypnotis, I believe there's a total of 4 reinforcements being placed, one towards the meeting as well as on the attic. Which, if you do place those mute jammers, it would technically block the both of those walls from being breached. So a very interesting reinforcement placement being made from Wolframite Esports, and also interesting positionings that they've been placing. Let's see as the action phase will proceed, especially Jason Boy, who's trying to take out those default cams. And Rect White T is just trying to, find some Valkyrie cams, unless and until if there was a six-pick being, used. But unfortunately, Wolframite Esports won't be able to play Valkyrie and just decides to play the roaming game. The push comes in from the Goya, very aggressive peak, where the IQ is in a very dangerous situation. But Praxnav decides to just fall back towards the side and wait for them to push in.
Well, that was a bit of an interesting fire right there from Praxnav as he's just making sure that no drones are able to come in through that bedroom door. But Hypnotez playing vertical is going to find Jason. In the meanwhile, he's aware that there's going to be one more from down there. But more important, matters are currently in his mind, i.e. putting down that meat gem. And Tyson, not much he can do about that situation right now, as he instead is just going to go up armory stairs. Does he know that, there could be somebody inside? There isn't, but there could have been, as the shots are fired. 3 fires, in fact, through the wall onto the ping, the first ping right there. Yellow ping on the wall of a trophy. Not gonna find anybody there either. New Master, however, I'm not sure what just happened. Are they not aware of the fact that there's a vertical angle that is being used as Praxnav finds another one? Nicola goes down. It's a 4-2 as Wolframite are taking the lead, but there's going to be one taken back. Knight Tyson finds Praxnav. That's a big kill, mind you. The Doyle goes down, but Alpha Gamers are, they're not in a good position. Not at all.
Well, not in a good position. 4v2. They don't have enough amount of time as they only have 55 seconds left. Vertex with a beautiful flank, eliminating Knight Tyson with the diffuser drop, which leads to the Ace, who decides to fall back from the main entrance and decides to push in from that specific position. Although doesn't see the vertical lines of sight being made, I do kind of worry about the communication game coming in from Alpha Gamers. Push comes in from the white stairs, doesn't get the kill, as Botnet will be the one getting that final kill. Wolframite Esports winning round 7, second floor, kids. As we take a look at it in the instant replay, we now proceed to round 8, where Wolframite Esports is in a very strong lead, 5-2, as they only need 2 more rounds. And talking about Alpha Gamers, I really don't understand what is going on in their heads, to be honest. Not to be mean, even with a total of 2 players being caught up with that vertical line of sight being made towards the second, from the breached wall, like they at least could have warned the attacker, saying that there is a vertical line of sight being made from the mute. Not having good amount of the communication gap, although they were mainly focused on trying to open up the walls of sight. They decided to push in, didn't work out well in the end. Round 8 will proceed. 0 will be back from Jason Boy, and Botnek with a 6-pick switching off from the Womite to the Bandit. Talking about Alpha Gamers, they really need to be careful. At least bring on some grenades to make sure that they'll be able to eliminate one of the operators if they do have some good amount of if they have information on where exactly the operator's location is. Having a grenade would be vital, especially for the frag players like Vergix, or actually on this, if I do try to take a look on the attackers on the side of Alpha Gamers, I'm trying to figure out who is doing the support role and who is doing the aggressor role. And talking about it, I believe it is Knight Tyson who is playing as the Zofia, maybe picking the sledge with a total of 2 frag grenades. Might work out well in his favor, because most of the ADSs are being placed near the deployable shield. A chef's nade or a direct nade towards them would work out well in the end. But this time we won't be able to see any nades, but it's just going to be some good intel from Zeros. I believe he has the secondary breach, which would give him the opportunity to take out at least some of the hatches. And there you go, the secondary hard breach will be available for Zero as he proceeds to use the drone, give some information for his teammates, and this is the Wolframite Esports will wait for Alpha Gamers to make their move.
Definitely, Alpha Gamers, the ball is in their court, and all of the metaphors currently in the game right now, and they need to try and make the situation better for themselves. The only way they can do that, of course, there, is to, well, not lose bodies early and not lose bodies in a complete drop of kills being taken by WLF. Botnik, however, well, he's going to start things out by taking out Knight Tyson. Big drop as the Zofia will be taken care of. They knew that there was somebody roaming, but unfortunately, it wasn't to be. The kill not secured, leaving Jason Boy on the roam clear towards Kitchen. He needs to find a couple of them, and there's a yellow ping going off on Ping 2, but do they know what bandit is? He does now. Will he take the kill? Yes, he will. In the meanwhile, Rekt was the one to take down Arrow. A couple of big drops right there from the side of the attack as they will finally open themselves up to a potential round win condition. They've still got a way to go as we're going to have a heartbeat coming out from Jason Boy. There we go. Newly acquired heartbeat gadget from Zero. And with the cam going out, he's just going to give himself a little bit of intel and fall into white. Smoke grenades are going out in that general direction as well, as Alpha Gamers are trying to set up for C4 goes up and Trucksnap. Not going to find anybody, however. Instead, that's a bit of explosive utility wasted, and it's just a waiting game right now. Smoke grenade goes off on the smoke, ironically enough, as Trucksnap will be the one to get tracked. But will he get killed? No. Hypnotist goes down in the meanwhile. That's a big drop. It's a 2v4. Make that other 2v3. Vergix finds one. Nicola goes down. Trucksnap, he's trying to see what he can do about the situation inside of site. Given that site control has practically been given away, he himself, the Goyo, is on blue while the backstairs is being watched. But no, the ace actually fell away from that line of sight, only to give it away to the Goyo, who's got another one. Beautiful headshot right there, as it's all down to the Jackal. He's gonna find one. It's a 1v1 right now. Can he make this clutch happen, or will it be the 2v4? He's trying to find footsteps, but Vergix, no! He on ADS at the worst possible time, and it will be New Master, the one to bring it home, at least in this round for his team. Round 8 on the attack goes to the side of Alpha Gamers, as we'll see in the instant replay. And what a round indeed. Came down to the 1v1 between the Jackal and the Jaeger, of course, and it was New Master who brought it home for his team. 5-3 is the scoreline. It is still a 2-round lead in favor of WLF, who are still looking pretty strong, all things considered. That 2v4 could have happened. Vergix just couldn't confirm the kill at the right time. And now, they're still 1 round away from match point, but this match has just grown ever so slightly closer.
Well, closer and closer for Alpha Gamers, because they are 2 points away of equalizing the round count against Wolframite Esports. Basement Laundry side did almost go in their favor, but unfortunately, the New Master who was playing as the Jackal did end the Jaeger, who was trying to hold the angle towards on boilers. He unfortunately un-ADS'd at the wrong time, which I was actually about to make a joke, you know, like bow down to the New Master. Fortunately,
I like how you started that in the expected sort of hyper aggressive fashion, but you had to do a double take just to make sure your mic didn't peak. I like that.
Yeah, I know, because most of the time I do kind of worry about my mic, because sometimes it doesn't record some of the high voices and low voices. So most of the times I do make sure that it does not happen. But yeah, I mean, yeah, bow down to the New Masters. Yeah. I mean, the Jackal, in which it did work out well in the previous round, although he needs to make those, plays over and over again to make sure that he doesn't make those, first things first. Alpha Gamers needs to make sure that they don't lose enough amount of ban count when they try to hunt the roamers, in which Vergix and the Bandit, I believe, in the previous round, they did perform extremely well, especially Praxnaf. With the Goyo, making sure that they don't have the hold towards the side as best as possible. Looks like the SC2000 claims the life of one, Arrow does the other, getting that refrag, avenging his teammate as Jason Boy goes down 4v4. Only one similar, ball has been dropped, and Hypnotist thinking of going very aggressive here. The Zofia eliminating both the barbed wire as well as the Melusi's Banshee deterrent as the push comes in from the Ace. It doesn't win it as Arrow claims the life of yet another player as the Ace goes down. Arrow dealing good amount of damage due to where the Jackal is tracking on what kind of position the Arrow is in. Gets hunted down from none other than the new master. 3 goes down to him, uses the shotguns to open up the hatch, proceed to push down towards the freezer, but still doesn't have good amount of information just yet. And with Hypnotis holding down towards the blue bunker, the attackers are slowly pushing towards the site, making a move, hoping to get at least 1 or 2 kills, making sure that they get those wins, with Nakula opening up the hatches towards on the electric, trying to find a single weakness here. Fortunately, he's just going to wait for now. Knight Tyson, he has information, he knows that the mute is playing, decides to shoot a little bit, but he is safe for now as he's holding the angle right from, with the help of his deployable shields, holding towards the blue. A good amount of cover towards blue, but not enough amount of cover on blue big towers, in which Wolframite Esports needs to be careful.
Definitely, with the SAS brothers holding off the back, Praxnav will be the one holding off the launch entry. C4 will not find anybody, however, but he will find the Jackal. Good headshot onto New Master as Knight Tyson goes down. That's the SMG-11 from Botnik, and there's Praxnav once again. Nakula will drop as round 9 goes the way of Wolframite Esports. So they've been sitting on the 5-round 1 situation for a long time now, and they will finally take it to match point. 6-3 is the scoreline in their favor, and it was a pretty well-coordinated defense, all things considered, as second floor dorms will be the site of choice. We're finally seeing second floor dorms after a couple of rounds right now. And Alpha Gamers are going to need to step up their game once again. That roam clear, very messy from the side of the attack. They threw, what, 3 people at the Melusi? 2 of them got taken out. And there was a bit of damage done, but even then, there was so much damage done to them in return that it really didn't justify the amount of resources spent on that Melusi. The Amaro will be 6-pick-10 from the Sam Fisher.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
As
defused by attackers.
it's an interesting 6-pick, but with the site being on second floor, kind of get it. You want to have that element of surprise, or quite literally just jump in and punk somebody to death early, just 0.5 seconds after the prep phase, as it were. It's
Here's Amaru.
yes, I was waiting for you to make that reference. Swiftness is the name of the game with Amaru, and the G8 definitely helps that with the angle grip introduced way back in Operation Umber Rise. But of course, all of that's a discussion for another day. Right now is once again match point for the side of Wolframite Esports. They are 1 round away from finishing this off as quickly as possible. Alpha Gamers, in the meanwhile, they've got a task
Attackers have
on their
recovered their
hands.
diffuser.
Well, the task which needs to be completed for Wolframite Esports to secure their win against Alpha Gamers. And talking about their attack strategy, Wolframite Esports, they have a little bit of problems dealing with the new master, which is playing as the Jackal. Unfortunately, most of the time they do get those, rework times, but for now, Amaru is actually thinking of going for a very aggressive push towards the connector window, in which Praxnav actually sees the Repel game, decides to go very aggressive, deals good amount of damage to the new master, decides to still hold an angle towards the windows of the Dom's main hold, doesn't get the kill just yet, but that information will be able to relay to his teammates. The smoke will be identified as Praxnav in the second floor trophy. They have information, but they don't have exact an idea on how to progress this through. They're just holding an angle. They still have those frag grenades, and Praxnav being aggressive as ever, he's still finding a way to eliminate the attackers on the side of Alpha Gamers and make sure that they would put a stop to it once and for all. And talking about it, that nade from the sledge will be able to claim the life of Hypnotis. A very good chef grenade, and Jason Boy does the same with the G8 LMG, eliminating Praxnav, and Alpha Gamers have the upper hand.
A good advantage from the side of Alpha Gamers. Have they taken a couple of very important bodies right now, leaving it a 3 versus 5 Arrow, taking a lot of damage right now on the gunfight that he was trying to take a second ago. Blocking in the meanwhile, knows where one is as the Jaeger pushes out to White and gets one, but gets refragged instantly by Knight Tyson, who came in the nick of time, in fact. And there goes one more. Not sure why he had the Rhino out, but the Amaru will be refragged onto as well. It's all down to Botnik, mind you. 1v3 as the plant is coming off. Nikola, he is safe. Botnik, he is not, however, as the attackers are slowly closing in on his position. Will he find one? Not quite, actually. This will be 11 can be an unwieldy weapon if you're not, if you're not completely versed with it. And there we go. Nakula will finish off the final kill. Botnik will fall. Alpha Gamers are not out of this yet, ladies and gentlemen, as we will see in the instant replay. It is one more round to the attacking team. They have 2 rounds to go to push for overtime and give themselves another chance at winning this match. Can they do it? We're about to find out on round 11, which looks like it's set into second floor dorms as well in this 6-4 match point situation.
Well, round 11, an IQ being picked from the new master. All right, I'm just gonna stop it. All right, that's it. It's way too long. I'm just trying to, sometimes when I try to see caps lock with some particular names, it kind of feels like you want to be enthusiastic as ever. You know what I mean, Jack? I mean,
The age-old internet adage of all caps means screaming your lungs out.
Attackers need to
Earth,
locate
wind,
and
and
defuse as
fire,
many bombs as
heed
they
my
can.
call. Okay.
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 But the point that we were talking about was, sometimes you can't exactly scream out a name all the time. It's straight on your own throat. You don't want to wake up with a sore throat tomorrow because.
But it's fine.
I mean, if you want to, go for it. Yeah, if you want to, then go for it. I'm not one to stop it. I was just saying, there's gonna be some health concerns if you keep doing it. But if you want to do it, then go on.
5 seconds left before insertion.
All right. I mean, to be honest, yes, I do. You do have to be careful of your voice as well, because I understand. Anyways, let's just focus into the match. Action phase, Wolframite Esports in match point. Vigil will be detected with the attacker drone, which he needs to be careful. Because currently, right now, he is in the army locker's window trying to contest against the attackers. Interestingly enough, the total of 3 players on the side of Alpha Gamers will spawn in towards the street, decides to, try to contest in the garage, maybe try to, go towards the stairs, use the IQ's scanners to eliminate some of the utilities being, given on towards the games room, so that the ace will proceed using his Selma breach charges to eliminate it as soon as possible. The IQ trying to give some important information, trying to figure out that if there is any ADS, so that the sledge might go for a nade kill, as the Ace Selma breach charges will work out, trying to open it at Hypnotis. He is doing a very risky play here, deals good amount of damage with the Ace Selma breach charges, but the attacker doesn't know that there is a push coming in. A very ill-advised peek coming in from Hypnotis, and a very bad decision which would cost Alpha Gamers yet again in a very advantageous positioning, as it is a 4v5 situation. Jason Boyce sees the deployable shield, will be able to remove it, but at what cost? As a 4v5, Krasna thinking of going very aggressive with the XR-SMG, tries to go again with the repeat. Wolframite Esports needs to be careful with their aggressive plays, as he just wants to be much more aggressive here. Vector SMG still in towards the walking closet, sees the head, doesn't get the confirmation just yet. I'm not sure what Wolframite Esports' aggressiveness plays is going on. Again, a huge mistake, making it a 3v5 situation.
I mean, there's something to be said about getting a little bit too far ahead of yourself, and definitely Wolframite Esports' example this round has been that they have gotten way too far ahead of themselves. It's a 1v3, all down to the last man standing now, and that is Botnik, who will go down inside of Attic. The last 2 defenders, they definitely weren't handed a good deal for this particular round, as for whatever reason, Arrow, our Goyo, and of course our Mute went for some very interesting, ill-advised peeks and plays, hyper aggressive, giving away kills to the side of Alpha Gamers, and that is going to lead us to round 12, ladies and gentlemen. Wolframite Esports getting way too far ahead of themselves, need to curb their enthusiasm and need to make sure that they don't get ahead of themselves. 6-5 is the scoreline. We're in the round of 1s right now, and we are headed to basement laundry and supply room.
See what you did there, Jack. Curb your enthusiasm, huh? I mean, to be honest, Wolframite Esports were the one who were in the lead in the first half, 4-2. They
Defenders,
even
protect your
had
bombs from being
match
defused by
point,
attackers.
and out of nowhere, Alpha Gamers on attack, they're winning good amount of rounds, due to which Wolframite Esports decides to be very aggressive on second floor kids. This time on basement laundry, Wolframite Esports, they need to, just hold out their aggression a bit, just wait for the attackers to push in, get those kills, and hopefully make sure not to make those mistakes ever again. The attackers, they're just waiting for the defenders to make their move, and they're eventually eliminating them one by one. To push right
10
from
seconds
the
to
games
insertion.
room, especially from that breached wall, was not advised and also
5
not
seconds to go.
recommended for any of the players who are actually, watching the stream. To be honest, making that a very ill-advised double peak always doesn't give you a good advantage. Again, I'm not trying to be mean for all, I'm not trying to be mean for Wolframite Esports, but they really need to, tone down the aggression a bit and make sure that they're, keep their head into the game, make sure that they don't make those mistakes ever again, and mainly focus on trying to outplay the opposition. Jason Boy with the drone works, making sure that there won't be any surprise attacks, as he's going to use his Gara hook to enter in towards the armory lockers, gets those access as best as possible. Nakula, on the other hand, with an impressive chef nade that you do get to witness, he might be able to, get one or two impressive kills from the chef nade, unless and until if there is any specific players holding in on second floor, as if any roamers decides to hold in. But unfortunately for Wolframite Esports, they are just going to do the hard anchor site instead. You master with the IQ yet again towards the big tower, making sure that there isn't surprises yet again, and he'll decide to push in towards the big tower. Stress try to contest the player on the side of boilers, but this time Arrow with the MP5 in the freezer stairs, he needs to be careful, he needs to be very cautious about it, knowing that it is match point and Alpha Gamers is one round away of equalizing the round and having the higher chances of winning this game against them. Knowing that Wolframite Esports have lost in Division 3, they should not make these mistakes. If they do, however, they are really going to regret this. But for now, they do need to keep their mind in check and also focus, as the Ace Summer Breeze charges is being used to open up the walls on the side of Blue Bunker.
Located by attackers.
Nice and quickly getting the hard breach done, as Hypnotist once again aggressive on Blue Bunker elbow right there. He, of course, is hanging back just behind cover, but Crux now, good boy. You can see the aggression in this man's eyes. He's swinging wide, he sees one, and he gets that kill. Jason Boy goes down, and a much-needed early frag for the side of the defense. That was mainly just a Madu caught in a bad position, but a grenade goes out, will not find Botnik, who in fact will be able to fall back away from the fire and the flames of the Gore Shield being popped right next to him. As another grenade comes in, but that will miss. It didn't go exactly where the sledge wanted it to. Nakula, unfortunate for him, but no defender bodies will have dropped just yet. Smoke grenades are starting to go out as the denial is starting to come in. Meanwhile, the back tower stairs push is being slowed down and partially denied by the combination of Botnik, the Mute, and the Banshee. Meanwhile, 3 attackers coming in through the main entry, and there's going to be one taken down. Kruxnaf takes one. He gets refragged, caught in the reload right there, but they are nowhere close to getting it decided. And there's another kill taken. Arrow takes one. Botnik goes down. And meanwhile, Rekt, he's in the smoke as New Masters coming in from the back. Rekt has been down, and it's a 1v3 all down to the IQ. He doesn't know where he's getting shot from, and Vergix will be the one to take that kill. Coming in from the first floor meeting hatch, that will be the round and the match going the way of Wolframite Esports. Well, we saw that in the instant replay right there, as Wolframite, after having a couple of rounds really not go their way, mostly down to their own misplays and terrible decision making, will finally finish it off 7-5 in their favor, taking Oregon and finishing off tonight's games. And quite the game we had, 12, 11, and 12 to the top 3 from WLF, while, of course, Alpha Gamers had a couple of their top fraggers in the double figures as well. Everything you like to see, a fairly well-distributed scoreboard between the main fraggers, flex, and support between both sides. Alpha Gamers, unfortunate for them, but they were not able to quite, seal the deal and finish off the match. It just is that way sometimes, and there's only so much you can do before you get taken down. It didn't look like their game right at the beginning. Wolframite Esports were just too good. They were all over them. They started coming back, but of course, Wolframite also started making mistakes around the same time that Alpha Gamers could take advantage of. And those mistakes, I mean, there's something to be said about getting too aggressive. Wolframite Esports, if they ever watch back this VOD, they will have to make sure that they are not that hyper aggressive in situations where they don't need to be. But right now, of course, before we end off, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a little bit of a look through of the best moments of the match that we just had in Relive the Moment. What a game it was indeed. 7-5, it sounds pretty close, but mostly down to Wolframite Esports making some questionable decisions.
I mean, when it comes to making questionable decisions, it was not just Wolframite Esports, but it was also from Alpha Gamers, especially on the side of defense, where Wolframite Esports did 3 attack rounds in a row. And Hypnotis, he's just making sure that the plant would happen. Most of the time, he was the main guy, especially in the attack rounds, getting the plant off as best as possible. And not having enough amount of information, not being able to communicate with their teammates, indicating that there might be a push coming in, there may be some aggressive play styles coming in from them. We did see the bandit play being brought up from Alpha Gamers on defense. That would be Wrecked White T. Most of the time he was getting good amount of kills with the bandit, especially on defense. The 3 to 4 kills, they did start making those plays on round 4 itself on second floor kids and basement laundry. Those were the only 2 defending rounds where Alpha Gamers did win it out. Then in the second half, well, it's just things started to go haywire. The defenders on the side of Wolframite Esports decides to be very hyper aggressive, in which they made a majority amount of mistakes in which they weren't supposed to do. And hopefully, on basement laundry, they didn't make their mistake. They decided to hold their ground, and in the end, they held it out extremely well. And Wolframite Esports, just like Jack says it, when they try to recheck the word, they just have to make sure that they won't make those mistakes ever again. Very close round for Wolframite Esports, and also Wolframite Esports, they didn't had any problems on the other 2 defending rounds, although they did not expect some heavy aggressive playstyle coming in from Alpha Gamers as well, especially on attack. Praxnaf, he did get those 2 kills, and when it was all down to the new master, the Jackal, in which for a moment we thought that it would be the Jaeger who's going to win that gunfight. Unfortunately, he did not. He didn't had enough amount of cover. It would have been better if he just holding towards the boiler room instead of holding in, having without any cover. He would have win that round out. But Alpha Gamers, they did give one hell of a performance when it comes to winning those gunfights, especially on the side of attack. Especially Oregon, knowing that it is mainly a defender-sided map. Alpha Gamers and Wolframite Esports showing that even in the attackers phases, there is a higher chances where Oregon might be defeated. Especially on the new update of Neon Dawn, things are starting to change.
Absolutely. Things are very much starting to change, ladies and gentlemen. Operation Neon Dawn has opened up a whole new world of possibilities for many teams and many players. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it for us here at the Esports Club for the matches of day 2 of the qualifiers, as they have, of course, come to an end. The first match that we had was Throw Syndicate versus Exiled. And similar to this one, Throw Syndicate, they actually were pretty strong for the majority of the game. Right towards the end, Exiled sort of started coming back, but it was not to be. Throw Syndicate won their match on Villa 7-4, proceeding to the next stage of the qualifiers, while Wolframite Esports versus Alpha Gamers, well, we just saw that happen. Wolframite Esports taking Oregon 7-5 and giving themselves one step closer to getting into Division 3. Who will we'll find out after a couple of days, and a couple of days includes tomorrow. So we'll see you tomorrow with day 3 of the qualifiers, and we'll be ending things here tonight, as that has been it from myself, Blackjack, and my co-host Baba Gusta, and I'm Anison, and we will see you tomorrow with more qualifiers action for Season 3. Stay tuned, and good night.